you speak clearly into the mic at an audible level, that you can be heard so that your comments can be recorded for record by our unified government clerk. I will now call this meeting to order. Clerk, can you please announce the meeting and roll call?
Good evening. You're hereby notified that a special meeting of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas is scheduled to be conducted in a hybrid format on Thursday, May 29th, 2025 at 5 p.m. for a presentation of the Wyandotte Economic Development Council Incentives Report, followed by the Parkwood Pool update and discussion in the Commission Chambers lobby level of the Municipal Office Building, 701 North 7th Street, Kansas City, Kansas. Roll call. Stites?
Here.
Davis?
Here.
Bynum? Burrows?
Here.
Townsend?
Here.
Burns?
Here.
Ramirez? We have an absence memo. Hill?
Here.
Kane?
Here.
Lopez?
Here.
Garner?
Here, thank you, clerk. Tonight, special session, we're scheduled for presentations from the Wyandotte County Economic Development Council regarding economic development incentives, followed by a presentation from our Parks Director, Angel Ferreira, regarding Parkwood Pool and some other pool options. I'll turn the meeting over to our Acting County Administrator, Alan House, and he will proceed from there.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. And with that, we'll just jump in. I'll ask Mr. Kendall to come up and kick us off for the WIBAC presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Howes, and thank you all, Commissioners, Mayor, for having us this evening. I'm Greg Kendall, President of the Wyandotte Economic Development Council, resident here in Kansas City, Kansas. We commissioned an economic development incentives analysis in conjunction originally with the Plan KCK efforts. But at the time that the Plan KCK was being done, it did not include any kind of review of the incentives. And we believed at that time that it would be important to do a review of those so that we could have a complete baseline of where we were with economic development and where we were headed with economic development, so we could take and give you all a more holistic perspective of how we move forward. So as we review incentives, review policies, that was part of Plan KCK that had not been completed. So the EDC took that on as an expense. In October of 2023, that study was commissioned. We ended up selecting Dr. Carolyn Chrisman with Chrisman Consulting. She's here and is going to actually do the presentation here in a few minutes. That report was finished in March of 2024. Dr. Chrisman is a former city council member. So she's kind of sat in some of your all's type seats. She's been involved with planning and zoning. She's been an economic developer, and she's a former educator. And as a part of this study, we also asked that she look at not only their findings, but also potential recommendations to make them stronger based on the information that we had at time. I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Chrisman so she can jump right into it. And then hopefully she'll be able to stand for any questions you might have. That works for you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Might adjust that. I don't know. Thank you for having me tonight, Commissioners, Mayor, staff. Thank you, Greg, for that introduction. And so I'm just excited to hop right in. So we will get started with that, and I'll make sure I can use the clicker. I can. Just to give you a little bit of background information, one of the things just to set a baseline is we need to talk about and just understand how communities generate revenue. There are really a small number of ways that can happen. You have property taxes, sales taxes, fees, licenses, some of those things. And if a city or if a municipality wants to generate more revenue, one or more of those things are going to have to increase. And so looking at, for example, the county, looking at the 2025 budget presentation that was available, I saw that the county generates 62% of its revenue from property taxes. It generates 8% from sales taxes, 11% from other taxes, and then there's some other fees in there. When we look at the city revenue, it's a little bit more diverse in how they generate revenue. 23% is from sales taxes, 18% from real estate, 22% charges for services, and then 10% from pilots or payments in lieu of taxes. So anytime more revenue needs to be generated, you have to increase one or more of those items. And a lot of times it's easier when you have new businesses, new residents, new tourists, all of those new things are easier to track when you generate revenue. However, local businesses expanding can also generate more revenue from those areas. And of course, then all the wonderful revenue is then spent to provide services for residents, utilities, fire and police protection, streets, parks, pools, all kinds of infrastructure. Also a note about incentives. Incentives, there's a lot of bad press anymore about incentives. They've been seen as corporate welfare and some of those types of things. But incentives really are investments. And if done properly, they're strategic investments that communities make on behalf of stakeholders. And so incentives can do a lot of things. They can bring in new jobs. You can increase local spending that takes place. But incentives really should be driven by what your goals are. Your goals for your community, your goals for taxes, a strategic plan on what you want to incentivize. You should hopefully be tied to target industries that have been identified for your community. And when you look at what incentives can help generate, you can see that they usually affect one or more of the following. Usually they will increase the local property tax base. They'll increase sales taxes that are generated. They can increase the appraised value of property. They can increase the number of jobs or wages that are paid. And many times they put needed infrastructure into the ground that's already needed in the community. Because incentives are a lot of times very complex, it's important that the local government, the EDC, someone does some due diligence on the incentives, on projects wanting incentives to make sure that it is a win for the community and that there is a return on that investment that gets made. When we looked at the historic use of audits in this particular project, we looked back 20 years and there were 400 projects we could choose from. And that's a lot to analyze. Some of the data was incomplete. And so when we took 400 projects over 20 years, we really narrowed it down to 32 projects. And we also had it in specific incentive areas. So we looked at TIFs, CIDs, NRAs, and then IRBs. And we're going to go into those a little bit more. We were unable to analyze any incentives for Edwardsville. At the time that this study was commissioned, they had an interim city manager, they were going through a finance department change, and they said, hey, you do this again, we'd love to take part. We're just not able to get the information needed in a timely manner. And so you can see that these 32 projects were selected. Now, I know you can do math and you can say, hey, those numbers add up to more than 32. Well, a lot of times projects use more than one incentive. And so one project might have used more than one. And so that's how we end up with more up there than what you would think. Some of the projects analyzed so they used more than one project. Some of them that we looked at, we do have one LIHTC program, low income housing tax credit. We do have one STAR bond that was analyzed. We did have a project that was in a transportation development district. We did not have the information from that, so that was not included. A lot of the projects also received state incentives. Well, we didn't collect information from the state on those, so none of the state incentives were also included in that. Also, some received an electric utility incentive. Those also were not analyzed. So we very much are narrow focused on what was analyzed. And some of the CID projects we would like to have analyzed, we couldn't because the CID was so narrow or only had one business or one or two businesses. And it's against state law to reveal sales tax for one business in reports and things like that. So before I hop in, just a disclaimer for you. First of all, this is a snapshot in time. And so it definitely is a year old from when we did the project. We simply looked at some main tools that are used often with TIFs, CIDs, NRAs, and IRBs. We do note that a lot of projects do capital stack. They utilize more than one program depending on what they're trying to do. And simply, this is a high-level overview. I don't go into any explanation of the projects or of what the programs are and get into the weeds on that. I simply give a high-level overview. So just a quick disclaimer before we hop in. So as Greg had mentioned, as a former educator, that in me, if you take anything away from, what I say in the 30-minute presentation, I hope you take away three things that I found from this incentive that was done. And that is that Wyandotte County does compete and it does succeed in its use of incentives. Also, the incentives that were analyzed for this analysis did show that increased property taxes were paid, the appraised value on property increased, additional sales taxes were paid, and a lot of infrastructure was built from the use of these incentives. And then finally, I do have 3 areas of recommendation that I will go into to help strengthen existing incentives, to strengthen local administration of them, and then if you desire to ever add incentives in the future. So those are the 3 takeaways. So let's talk about the first one. I believe, based on this analysis, that Wyandotte County does compete and they do succeed with their incentives. Now, this map shows you that when we did this analysis, Wyandotte County doesn't live in a vacuum. It's not all by itself. It has to compete. And a lot of times it has to compete with other communities within the metro region. So when we looked at this analysis, we looked at 8 communities on the Kansas side, 7 communities on the Missouri side. And you see those there on the screen that we looked at. One of the things that we compared is we compared mill or levies for that. And this has been updated with a 2024 update based on what was in the report. And so across the 8 Kansas counties that are Kansas communities that you can see, on the low side, you have some with a mill rate of 105. On the high side, you have 171. However, the 4 out of the 8, the majority of counties sit somewhere in the 150s for their mill rate. When you look at the 7 communities on the Missouri side, you see a difference. The lowest is 55, and then the highest is 79, with the majority of those being in the 70s. And so those are that is some of the competition that Wyandotte County has when they are competing on projects within the metro area. However, that's not the end of the story. So Wyandotte County does have the highest mill rates, and they have some of the higher school rates from the area. However, what you didn't see on there is that Kansas does not have personal property on machinery and equipment that Missouri does. If Missouri wants to abate personal property, companies have to go through a lengthy Chapter 100 bond process that is also expensive and cumbersome for the company. And so Kansas does not have that. When comparing sales tax rates across the metro region, they were fairly similar. The Missouri side was slightly lower than the Kansas side, but no significant difference. When you looked at how property was assessed and the percentages that were assessed, Missouri actually assesses residential and commercial property at a higher rate than what Kansas does. And finally, when you look at the programs where we analyze, the TIFs, the CIDs, the IRBs, for the most part, that's fairly similar across state lines. The fees that are required, the process, the public hearings, the percentage of abatement, a lot of those are very common across the board. I will say the one outlier is that for your industrial revenue bonds, Missouri can offer, and oftentimes does offer 20 and 25-year abatements, where in Kansas, you can only offer 10-year abatements. So those are just some of the differences between the two. Also, we looked at the metro area, again, some of the communities that you compete against on a regular basis. But then we also said, all right, what about nationally? What about in the bigger scope of things? And so we did identify some cities, but first we looked at the states. And with those states, we said, what are the strengths of Kansas? Because you can only do what your state law allows you to do. And so we found that Kansas is an average competitor with those states that you see in orange. And so some of the strengths, Kansas, again, as I had said before, they have no property taxes on machinery and equipment for businesses, but across the board for other things, they're just very similar. The fees that get charged, the public hearings that are required before an incentive is approved, the required development agreements, having a cost benefit analysis done, those are fairly straightforward across the board. Some of the states and how they make Kansas have some weaknesses or their strengths. Kansas actually offers very few types of abatements for property taxes. Texas, right? They have a multitude of programs for their property taxes. However, their taxes are capped. And so I'm sure they just created a new program rather than increasing their caps sometimes. Tennessee actually has a very robust infrastructure program that they can put in place when infrastructure is needed at the local level. That's at no cost to the company. Surprisingly, Illinois is becoming more competitive. They are really trying to do away with those in-depth cost-benefit analysis for projects and really going to an attestation model. And then again, Missouri does offer 25-year abatements when Kansas cannot offer more than 10. When we looked at those national cities, we didn't just want to pull them out of a hat. Oh, gee, you know, we have similar populations, the population size. We really wanted to dive in and compare apples to apples. And so some of the things we looked at is, are they in a bi-state region? That makes a difference. When you're on the border with another state who have different laws and different ways of doing things, how does Wyandotte compete? We looked at the diverse population. Do the communities we compared them to have diverse populations? Do they have a similar median household income? And do they have similar target industry analysis? You're going after the same projects. And so with that, we had 5 cities nationally that we looked at that were in the states that I just talked about. So we looked outside of Chicago and found Aurora. Lee County, Alabama is on the border with Auburn in Georgia. Garland, Texas is right outside of Dallas to the north, fairly close to Oklahoma. West Valley is a little of an anomaly on the bi-state region, but it's in the Salt Lake City, Utah metro area, and then Chattanooga, Tennessee. From the analysis of these 5 metro cities, one of the things that I will tell you is that Kansas is very well represented when it comes on the incentives needed from companies. Companies who look at Wyandotte County will find an incentive that they can use that will meet their need. When some of the local governments, though, that were looked at, they are really trying to move away from a cost-benefit analysis being done with numbers that are given by the developers and moving to attesting the projections that they have given. They also are trying to do away with application fees, trying to streamline the process, eliminate additional reporting. Whatever's in ordinance, that's what they do. They don't try to add in additional things. And then finally, many localities, rather than having the analysis on the applications being done by a third party or a financial group that oversees funds, they are having local staff review those applications, making sure that some of the assumptions that are getting made actually fit what you see locally, and it's not just using a national average. Other cities also have some pretty robust training and workforce programs that are seen as really good with incentives that we saw that Wyandotte did lack. We also saw that a lot of those communities are continuing to, on a regular basis, invest in getting new sites, new buildings ready to be able to attract new projects. One of the frustrating parts in doing the analysis of some of those locations is that they don't have information readily available that you can find online, that you can just go in and learn about programs and do companies qualify. You have to call up the local person, and they like to give incentives on a case-by-case basis, which here in a minute I will tell you site selectors that I interviewed for this project absolutely detest. And this is where Wyandotte County and the EDC really do a nice job. They have all of the incentives spelled out on their website. Here's how you qualify. Here's what the process is and what you need to do. And it's just seen as extremely user-friendly for what a lot of times can be a long, arduous process. And so with those site selectors for this project, 5 national leading site selectors in the target industries that Wyandotte County goes after were interviewed for this project. And just to get their feelings on what they like, what they don't like about incentives, what they're hearing about things. And one of the questions that I asked was, hey, who's rising up? Like, who's really kind of been a sleeper community state before that's really kind of coming into its own and might be kind of the next place where you see more and more investment? And they said all of the Midwest is really doing well when it comes to that. But then they noted Michigan, West Virginia, New Mexico, and then they said in some cases, California is starting to get it together a little bit more. All of them seem to denounce Texas, that Texas is no longer aggressive. They're very cumbersome. They're just not easy to deal with. And so a lot fewer projects going there. But when asked with site selectors, what's important for local communities to know when it comes to their incentives, when it comes to working with companies, trying to get projects to locate there, they really hit on a few things. Flexibility is key. It's a must because as timelines change, as financing changes, they really need local communities to be flexible about their incentives. When local tax abatement is really important for high intensive capital projects, when they're putting a lot of money into a project, local incentives do matter on whether you're on the list or not for a location. They said their companies, any incentive that will reduce upfront costs, they tend to like better. And finally, they said that training programs and really helping with the workforce, as that is still a key element in projects locating, is really important and is seen as an equal as to other types of incentives. Some of the things that they really didn't like, they seem to have a negative connotation with community benefit agreements. They saw them as intrusive. There are some places around the country that are forcing a lot of companies using them, they thought, in not equitable ways. And so one of the things that they did point out, Indianapolis has a really good community benefit program, but my thought is the branding on that's off. Probably just need to change the name of it if that's something that continue moving forward, if it's such a red flag initially by the name. Few communities have agreements on their website. Again, that transparency is not there that they like to see. And again, few communities explain their incentives. Nice one-pagers are just easy. It keeps a community on the list through desktop research without having to call and have a long, lengthy conversation with local folks when you're in those initial stages. So next, I'm just going to hop into, here are the programs that we looked at. Here are what some of the findings are. When we looked at the tax increment financing, we did have a Bonner Springs project, and then we had multiple Kansas projects. When we looked at the Bonner Point TIF, the property tax base year for that TIF, we saw that property tax revenues were $4,406. Today, when we're at the time when we were 14 years later, the property taxes being paid on that property were almost $263,000, showing a significant increase and a significant value. Also in that area, prior to development, sales taxes were zero. There had been nothing there. And since that development 4 years later, they're nearly at $1 million. And so seeing that over the course of time, it is seen that it did exactly as it was supposed to do, which was grow property tax revenue and to grow sales tax revenue. When we look more inside, we look at the 39th Street development and the Wyandotte Plaza development. Both of those projects were from 2003. And so we looked at what was paid on those projects before development and the pre-stages. On the 39th Street development, that was a little over $52,000. When we looked 20 years later, it was over $1.2 million that were being paid on those property taxes. And very similar for the Wyandotte Plaza project, initially $244,000 were being paid. 20 years later, it was over $867,000 being paid, a significant increase. One of the notes that I just put on here when it comes to TIFs is something to be aware of, is that there are really two ways as projects are being developed that can take place. And that is, do you use bonds to prepay for things, or do you use a pay-as-you-go scenario? Risk definitely exists for cities or for the governments that take on the bond aspect, simply because you have to be generating those sales taxes. You have to have a way to generate revenue to make sure those bonds are paid off, or the city's rating could go down. Whereas a pay-as-you-go is a much better scenario for the government, even though developers, as you can imagine, would prefer the bond method. There are ways that you can offset if you do use a bond that will protect and that can increase abatement for the pay-as-you-go scenario if you choose not to do a bond instead. When we looked at the community improvement district, again, this is an additional up to 1% sales tax on a district. We looked at, again, you've got the 39th Street development, example of a capital stack, more than one project is being used. This area, as you all know better than I do, it's got a few restaurants, it's got a hotel, it's got medical services. And the CID actually began in that area in 2012. Again, it's a 1% additional sales tax on top of sales tax that's already collected. And in the first year of collection, the collection of the additional 1% was $13,757. And then in the last year, in 1 year, that additional 1% netted $121,000. So over the course of time since 2012, over $1 million has been collected in just the CID. When you look at sales tax overall, all of the sales tax being collected, it went from about $1 million in 2012 to over $5 million in 2023 when we did this analysis. So a definite improvement, definite increase in the amount of sales tax collected. When we look at the Wyandotte Plaza, also for this CID, we saw a 50% sales increase from the start of that to when this analysis was conducted. And we also noted that multiple public improvements were also conducted during this time on public infrastructure. Those are great examples of how CIDs should be operating and giving a return for the local community. The Northwood Plaza is a little bit different. It's not only a CID, it also has an NRA. But the CID sales tax has really generated a minimal amount of money over the time, $23,000 per year. So far, it's collected around $204,000, which doesn't necessarily allow for a lot of improvements. And so it kind of wondered why. You know, there are 11 businesses in that plaza. And what we looked at and saw is that about half of them don't collect sales taxes. They're service-based businesses. And so when working with developers and talking about what kind of businesses they're going to put in some of these developments, if sales tax generation is something that's important and is needed to pay off bonds or do something else, it needs to be worked with the developers that they put sales tax remitting businesses in those developments, or understand that if they really just want the rent and not vacancy, then they just need to be aware that less sales tax is generated, which usually means less, there's a longer payoff for any public improvements that take place. We also looked at the NRAs, the neighborhood revitalization, only in the Kansas City area. And so again, these were lapped over multiple projects. And so what we saw for the Wyandotte Plaza in 2012, which again, we've talked about, 39 businesses located there. A lot of improvements were made to the area. And over the course of 8 years, nearly $566,000 were given back to the property owners, rebated back through this program and through the improvements that had been made. The Northwood Plaza project also, over the course of 8 years, the rebates have been given back as well for the improvements made. We saw 10-year completed NRAs, and so those were of lesser value. So with the NRAs, you have a maximum amount allowed of $3 million. And so you can definitely see appraised value did go up, which is what they were hoping for, as well as an increase in taxes being paid. On the 8-year active NRAs that we looked at, clearly larger investments were made in those, even though, again, the $3 million cap existed for those. And we saw the same, that there was an increase in appraised value and with the general taxes being paid on all 8 of those. The last thing is the industrial revenue bonds for the 4 main areas in scope that we looked at. One of those is in Bonner Springs, and that's the Wilkerson Crane IRB project. This was a 10-year abatement, and a pilot was given a 50% on the project. And so in the course of time, initially in the first year or 2 before development, the taxes being paid on the property was $3,000 and $6,000. And then after the development of the project and 10 years later, we see that the property taxes being paid increased to $80,000 and then up to $3.8 million. So one of the things I know a lot of times that we see in the media and criticism about incentives is we're missing out on money. We're not getting the money from projects. Well, during the incentive, you're not getting all of the money, but you do see from these that there is an increase over what the base year or over what was initially being received before development. And so having development take place, given an incentive for a period of years, and then turning over and collecting more. The only way to not have collected anything is if the project did not go through. And so one of the things that we also saw that on some of these within the Bonner Springs area, sales tax was being collected there, but we had no record and no way of actually being able to track that for this project. We looked at 16 different ones for the KCK area. And so that's a lot of projects, and there were varying amounts on those projects. So we actually broke them up into 4 areas based on the investment. And so I just pulled out this slide. that shows category C, which are any projects that invested $100 million to $150 million. And so we analyzed 3 different projects. And so we looked at the pilots on the taxes being paid, and on the low end of those 3 projects, taxes being paid the year before there was any abatement was $58,490. During 2023, the pilot that was paid on that low-end project was nearly $350,000 that was being paid. And so we definitely saw the taxes paid being increased in this category, but across all the categories in general, the appraised value also continued to go up on these projects. One of the things that I do want to mention, and that some of the performance agreements for industrial revenue bonds do state the creation of jobs and payment of certain wages. However, a lot of these programs we're talking about, those aren't incentivizing on job creation. That's done at a state level. And so there's no tracking of the jobs that are created at this level for these programs, because that's really not what's driving the incentive. And I've got a suggestion later for that as a recommendation, that if you want to track that, that is something you can do, because a lot of times, again, mentioned in the performance agreement, but not tracked along the way. The state does track all of that information for the projects that they administer. Also, during the course of those projects, we did see one star bond project, and that was the Menards project, $12 million. All the sales taxes generated, of course, go to pay off the star bond. And so in the course of time, we did see that the property taxes paid did increase on that, and those bonds were paid off. One of the nice things to note is that once the bonds are paid off, then sales taxes continue to generate, and then those go to the local governments and the local taxing authorities rather than back to the state to pay off those bonds. And so, again, one of the things, having your developers commit to sales tax generating businesses is what pays off those bonds, and not service-based businesses. So just something to keep in mind with developers and when talking about those bonds. Another thing that I would encourage is that a lot of times in performance agreements or in cost benefit analysis, a developer will give their numbers to a third party who runs a cost benefit analysis. But I really encourage the local government, the local EDC organization to really go through those numbers, because again, sometimes they just use this national average, or they use these very optimistic numbers. And, someone local is going to know if those numbers are kind of out there, or if they're very commonsensical and very doable for the community. So always keeping local eyes on that is something that I would highly encourage. Another program that we did is just one LIHTC program, low income housing tax credit, and that was the Boulevard Lofts, a $10.6 million project that resulted in 50 units being built. What we can see is that the amount of taxes being paid over time did increase. $200,000 in public improvements were also made during this time. And then one of the items that I just, when I talk with communities, that anytime you can bring outside money into your community, it's a win-win, be it federal money, state money, anything that comes in that the local community isn't responsible for is a bonus. And so LIHTC housing is one of those, or the Boulevard Lofts in this case. So again, of the 3 things I want you to take away, that Wyandotte County does succeed in its use of incentives, but that the incentives that were analyzed of the 32, they did their job. They increased the property taxes being paid. They increased the amount of sales taxes being paid, and the property values did go up on all of those projects. We do know that jobs were created, okay? When you go from nothing to something, jobs were created. We just don't know what the wages remain unknown, because that is something that was not being tracked. At the end, I took all 32 projects and I said, okay, before development on all 32 projects, what were the property taxes being paid? Pre-development, $6.4 million. Post-development on all 32 added together, it doubled, $12.7 million. When you look at the sales taxes being paid pre-development, pre any of these things being put into place, it was $4.8 million. Post-development, $41.7 million being collected. So again, just looking at that shows that the success of those 32 programs during this analysis. So what are some recommendations that I have for you? Natural recommendations that just came out of doing this analysis over several months. One of those I would tell you is that I would encourage you to strengthen local program administration of these programs. So a dedicated person who reviews agreements, who ensures compliance, who makes sure that the numbers make sense for your community is a good idea. And so making sure the community receives the benefits that are in those agreements, making sure that the company receives the benefits that are in those agreements. Transparency is always good. A lot of times, people, their time seems to mesh together. The older I get, it does for me anyway. And so sometimes when people look at, well, those incentives have been going on for 20 years. Okay, well, if it's an IRB, we know it's only 10, but things can seem longer. And so the transparency of having some of those agreements, having a tracker in place that's public facing is just going to, I think, help citizens, residents, people of interest understand where some of these incentives are at in the life of the project. I also would encourage regular or annual reports to you all. The finance department, the EDC can work together. If you had every year a sheet knowing here are the incentives that we have going on, we have 10 people taking part in the NRA, we have 2 IRBs left to go before they're up, just to give you an idea that if all of a sudden you have 20 NRA applications, what is that going to look like? How many are rolling off? To give you a good idea of what incentives are out there and what's coming off the rolls. And then finally, I think a regular comparison, as we did with others in the metro and others across the country, is just going to keep your sword sharp, right? As you're wanting to stay competitive, stay winning projects, that to regularly be analyzing and having that information done will only help you to keep your sword sharp. A second recommendation is on existing incentives. Looking at the NRA construction allowance, it's been $3 million, I think, since its inception for over a decade now. And as the construction costs rise, some of those active NRAs that I examined well spent $30 million. I think taking a look at that, and is there a benefit? Are you going to see more people see it worthwhile to improve their properties if that is slowly ticked up? If it's ticked up to $5 million for a few years, or you look at a CPI, does it go a little bit higher in order to see more benefit across the board? I would encourage you, be flexible. A lot of companies, the site selectors I talk to, when they do a 10-year abatement, they would love 100% or 75% or something in those early years, wean them off over time. And so that, again, will just take some great analysis by your local EDC folks to say, well, what is the cost benefit for our community versus the company, and can we make a project work by doing that? Does that make us a little more competitive than the community down the road? I think regular collection of job information right now, again, that's only being done at the state level. But if that's something that you care about, are these companies we're incentivizing? Are they creating jobs locally? Are they hiring Wyandotte County residents for those jobs? Building in some kind of compliance mechanism to check for that is the only way to know if they do it. And so encouragement that if that's what you want to do and that is important to you, then make sure you build that in to those agreements, and then it's someone's job to collect that information. Finally, I would tell you that projects a lot of times take a long time. They're not done in a year. And sometimes projects start and then they stop because of financing, because of construction, because of something, then they start again. And so I would also build into your agreements that if there is any length of time in between you initial run, those incentives and those pilots, and things dramatically change, that you rerun those incentives, you rerun those pilots, just to make sure that the local community's not missing out on something that is fairly for them. And then finally, if you are looking at additional incentives, I would encourage you to look at some of the training programs that exist in other communities, some robust ones to help maybe have lower skilled folks move into higher skilled jobs. There are several examples out there for that. The community benefit agreement, hey, sometimes branding is needed, changing the name of that, making sure that anything that you have goes more towards something like Indianapolis has, which was seen as a positive from site selectors rather than something negative from some other communities. I would also explore maybe some self-scoring sheets. There are some ways that you can put out there that if you do these things, if you will commit to hiring a certain percentage of Wyandotte County residents, you commit to using local contractors, or you commit to something, your abatement can either go up or it can go out in years, something along those lines. If you have a self-scoring sheet out there, people can score it themselves and know what they're wanting to ask for and know what you're willing to do based upon policy that you set. And then finally, if you want any new incentive programs, the International Economic Development Council has those available and have a seven-step program for that. But finally, just again, to wrap it up, the 3 takeaways I would ask that you take away with you is that the analysis I found that Wyandotte County does compete and it does succeed in its use of incentives, and that the incentives that I analyzed did increase the property taxes paid, the appraised value, and the sales taxes being paid to this community. And then finally, there are some areas to strengthen these programs, some local recommendations on program administration, changing any existing incentives, and then if you want to add to your incentives offered. So it was a pleasure to speak with you, and I'm open to any questions if you have them, Mayor, if there is time.
Thank you. Any questions, commissioners? Comments? Commissioner Townsend?
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Dr. Chrisman. Thank you for the presentation. Improvement, you mentioned that we are being successful, which is great to have to go from nothing to something. And there was a slide, I didn't catch the number, that showed, I think, in 3 categories how we had improved. Don't remember what that slide was. I guess my question is there a particular percentage of improvement, or is there a standard by which you would say, you know, the improvement was where it should have been, or it should have been a little higher or lower?
Was that on the IRB slide? What slide was that? Okay.
There were 3 categories of improvement or evaluation. It might have been
Was-
property taxes.
Oh, was that with the plus and minuses of
It had
the?
numbers before and after.
Well, let's just go through until we see it, because I don't.
Let's stop there.
Okay.
Let's stop at that one.
Okay.
So for sure.
Oh.
Okay, so for instance, the total property taxes paid,
Mhm.
Pre-development 6.4, post-development 12.7, almost 50% increase. Is there some kind of guide or
On
average that says?
like a
50% is
national
good?
average on what's good?
Yeah.
I will tell you that I have not seen one, and I will tell you though that some projects, be it bonds or TIFs or CIDs, don't always have any kind of an increase. Especially the more they're lengthened out, they don't. And so I would say I have not seen a national number with that. Now, someone could type into ChatGPT and prove me wrong in about 5 seconds, but I have not seen where that is the case. A lot of times it's up to the local community on what they feel, that if more public infrastructure is developed and built, and that's not strapped to the local taxpayers, they see that as a win, and you wouldn't necessarily have the property taxes increasing to a certain extent. So for the most part, I think that's going to be at the local level where that decision is determined.
Okay.
But not all projects see a positive return.
Okay, and
Yeah.
here we did. So thank you for this.
Yes.
Comparison and analysis, and it was clear in the beginning of your presentation that you answered a question that I asked the administrator when I first came in office is, why are we doing this? And we are in competition with other municipalities around us. So this was a great comparison to show that. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Davis.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'll be short, colleagues. Thank you so much for the presentation. Did just want to ask some questions. First, I know you had said that we do have the highest effective property tax rate. We also have pretty low property value, right? That is kind of corresponding to that. Within your analysis, did you also consider the increase in property value because of the success of economic development incentives?
Yeah, and so when we looked at, when I did the appraised value of the property, we did look at what the appraised value was pre-development and then post-development, and that we did see an increase in that appraised value, yes.
Gotcha. Just wanted to reiterate that.
Yeah.
You also mentioned for Missouri and Kansas that a lot of the jurisdictions in Missouri have much higher or much lower, excuse me, property tax rates. Can you expound upon why that might be the case? Because I know they have different jurisdictions and they
Yes.
have other taxing
Right. And sometimes they have
resources.
income tax, right? And so especially in the metro area. And so for the most part, they try to find other ways to increase rather than just or property taxes. And so I would say personal property taxes is one of those. They tend to try to keep property taxes and sales tax lowers, but then they add on an earnings tax. And so those are some of the reasons why.
And we don't have an earnings tax here, which kind of limits the amount of tools that we have available to a levy. They also have a considerable amount of sales tax options that they can
Correct.
put on the ballot, right, for different priorities for voters. My last question, small businesses, local businesses is something that I'm sure a lot of us care about. Are there any recommendations that you have on how we support our local trades and our local businesses here?
So I think there could be a couple of ways. One, if you're really looking at how do we support small businesses with programs or potential incentives, I think that there are locations out there that do that. And I could get you a list. I don't have those off the top of
I
my
would
head
love
right
that
now.
list.
Okay, and will you please make a note, sir? I don't have a pen. And then I think the other thing is that depending on, again, what you want to incentivize, that with the incentives that you currently do have, when you have a performance agreement, and if they're going to be building, a large facility, do you put in there that, we want local trades to be used? We want as much local business or a certain percentage of money you're going to spend on something used locally, or shown where you have tried to use local and couldn't for some reason. And that is probably one of the better ways to help your small businesses, is by utilizing the money that is here. And we know that as money turns over in the community, that just gives an added benefit to everybody. And so a local dollar spent can turn over up to 2, 5, 7 times, depending on the industry. So I think having something along those lines would probably be more helpful and could be done immediate without the research and creating a new policy.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Burrows.
Thank you. You gave two scenarios that communities find. I'm going to your plus minus sheet.
Okay.
You talk about community benefit agreements are intrusive. They can be cumbersome because of, and you want to
Yeah.
explain why companies think they're cumbersome?
Sure. And a lot of the times when they're cumbersome, those were direct from site selectors who use them. And so a lot of times they feel that depending on how those community benefit agreements are set up, where a requirement is being made on how much a business is expected to give. A lot of site selectors feel that companies themselves are usually philanthropic and they want to get involved in the community and they want to join the chamber and they want to support the baseball team and they want to do those things. And then they're being forced into some areas. One community in particular that's in the full report is that Austin, Texas. They see those as completely, they have community benefit agreements that seem very arbitrary and they're not well established. Whereas Indianapolis, the community benefit agreements that they do have in place are put towards three things: childcare, transportation, and training. And so companies see that as, well, that's going to help my employees. That's going to help the people I hire. That's going to help, like, I will see benefit from those programs benefit me as a business. And so they saw those as, I guess, more palatable than some of the ones from Austin, Oregon, and some of the other places.
The other question I would have is clawbacks. Some companies don't like to see clawbacks in their contract because they may not be able to achieve the guidelines put in place or the mandates put in place, and therefore they don't want to have that punitive step taken. How do you feel about the clawbacks and how business feels about clawbacks in general?
I specifically, when I talked with the site selectors about that, they said the companies that they deal with, of course, again, I talked to 5, they said that the companies they deal with are totally fine with clawbacks because they, as a company, should meet the performance agreement as is stated, as they agreed to. And so they don't see a problem with that. I will say, unless there's a COVID-19 pandemic that shuts things down and all of a sudden this national, act that no one could have predicted upends them in some way, then they would like the flexibility or, the ability to go in and maybe renegotiate a clawback just because of something they couldn't anticipate of that magnitude. And so for the most part, when developers and when site selectors come in with a project, they have very accurate projections on what can be. And it's developers, I think, that have pie in the sky or way too optimistic things, that they're the ones who see clawbacks as harsh or as they don't want to sign them for those reasons. But the ones I talk to, they believe a community needs to do that to protect their investment as well.
Sure. I think those are those that oversell and underperform.
I would agree.
Thank you. Thank you. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Bynum?
Thank you. A couple of, just to circle back to the community benefits agreements, I'll look at you and our staff to make sure that I'm not stating something incorrectly, but when we talk about maybe other communities, community benefits agreements, are we talking about something extra that a developer would pay?
Correct.
I feel like the community benefits ordinance that we passed here about a year ago, about a year and a half ago, isn't about extra money. It's about money they were going to pay to us anyway.
As a fee for doing business or
Part
something.
of the fees that they pay to us for doing business here, we have directed some of those funds to 3 specific categories. So it seems like it's a bit different. And I mean, maybe we could still, maybe it's a deterrent in that a developer may think that we're saying, not only will you pay all this, but we're asking you for this additional financial obligation, when that is not the case.
I would tell you.
Weigh in on that.
Yeah, the site selectors I talked to, it was the community benefit agreements that had, in addition to regular fees that were paid. So if you have proposed fees, which most have across the country, and you have just delineated these fees will go to these areas, that is different than some of these other communities that have community benefit agreements on top of those fees. And so then my encouragement would be just rename them because they're a fee that they would pay anywhere. So I would rename them, and that way it just eliminates the initial bad taste people have when they don't understand the local definition.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Hill?
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Krisman, thank you very much for this presentation. I have a comment and then a question. I really appreciated the page the slide that said other programs, and you mentioned Boulevard Lofts
Mhm.
and how the taxes paid was a 2,963% increase, as well as the appraised value from, being 5,752% increase. And then off to the side of that slide, you have, I'll call it a balloon bubble that says bringing federal dollars to your community is a win-win. I just really appreciated that slide. That happens to be in an area that was very distressed and still has some distressed areas, but it looks a lot better at this point. So thank you for bringing that out. And then my question stems from your recommendations. And one of your recommendation two was to change existing incentives. And we get different developers coming in with different ideas of what we should do as incentives, but I just thought this slide was just good in that it offers us an opportunity to look at how we can change. By the same token, we're also challenged because we need staff to be able to do a lot of these changes, but it was just real informative for me just to see it kind of put out there like that. So my question is on the next slide under recommendation 3 at the very bottom, it says design incentive programs according to IEDC seven steps. So what is IEDC?
So that is the International Economic Development Council.
Okay.
And so they're the worldwide organization for economic development. And they have white papers and they have studies on if you're going to develop something, here are 7 steps to follow or keep in mind to make sure that you see a whole perspective on incentives. So,
Okay. All right.
yes.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Stike.
Stites District 7. So I just want to piggyback a little bit on what Commissioner Davis said about Kansas City, Missouri versus Kansas City, Kansas, or Kansas versus Missouri, I guess I should say. The machinery tax that they have, that's a huge number that was taken away. I don't know what it is. I asked Commissioner Kane. I think he was here when that occurred, and it was to the tune of maybe like $12 million year one. Year one.
Mhm.
So you take that out of your general your budget, and that's a huge impact. So what you see that offset when Missouri has that machinery tax, and then you pull that out from us. So I just wanted to piggyback on that.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Davis.
Are you seeing any federal trends that are, okay, well, you may have
What day
finished
is
that.
it?
I know, but I'm curious, just in regards to the incentives conversation
Mhm.
as well, because we
Yes.
want to utilize every resource. So are you seeing any trends or anything that would be helpful for us to know in regards to the federal government's direction and appetite?
If you had asked me before the beginning of this year, I would have said, yes, we are seeing some trends, and part of those trends stemmed from the COVID-19 and remote work. A lot of times states, okay, so state incentives can be tied, when they're tied to job creation, they're tied to an address on where those jobs are created. And so many times with remote work, people can be anywhere. So do you incentivize an office that might hire people from every other state, but maybe their headquarters are here? And so there was a lot of conversation about how do we adapt our incentives to that remote, that hybrid, some of those types of things. I don't have good trends, and I do extensive research. I have emails daily where I have Google searches on economic development incentives that come into my inbox that I track from across the country. If it hits Google, I get the link to that story and read those. And I will say that right now, it is in flux on everyone's talking about how to change them, but there hasn't been any best practice, or there hasn't been any trend evolved yet.
Sure.
So.
That's fair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. I'll just make some brief comments, and this is just general. That at the end of your presentation, you talk about the takeaways. One thing that I just like to point out that's missing from the takeaways that I continue to promote is, I do support incentives. I just want to make sure that I advocate that they're responsible, that they provide the necessary goods, services, and resources, as well as expanding our tax base, those things that you talked about. But when we look at incentives, I just challenge commission and staff, as well as Wyandotte, to really look at these areas that have been underinvested, disinvested, disenfranchised, and redlined. When we talk about IRBs, NRAs, CIDs, TIFs, STAR bonds, right now, when I look at our community, it's really the tale of two cities. And I call it economic segregation, east to west. And we have pockets of our community that have been left behind, and people that don't have basic goods, services, and resources. And so when you talk about incentives, I believe that we need to be intentional about our incentives and responsible, but also aggressive in areas where the investments are needed most. Probably not so much in certain areas of our community, but there are certain areas of our community where we might have to really consider aggressive economic incentives. And like you showed with one project, the return on that investment could be huge, while also providing the housing, the goods, services, resources, and jobs that really our residents have come to expect, and in my opinion, that they deserve. Because when we look at one part of town, I share this sentiment with a lot of our residents, and you look at other parts of our town, it's shameful how we've disinvested and disenfranchised some areas. So I just challenge staff, elected officials, as well as Wyandotte, to really be aggressive on trying to get into these areas where the investments are needed the most. Because we're talking about people's lives. I know there was a heat report that I had a presentation done. What really stood out to me is if you look at the folks, the life expectancy of the folks that live on the east side of our community as opposed to the west side, there's a 20-year gap. So because of the disinvestment, the redlining, the disenfranchisement over decades, there's a human cost involved in that when you talk about the quality of life. And making sure that these investments are not only actionable, but responsible. I'm not one big on corporate welfare, especially in areas where you have a lot of big box billionaires that want to come to this town and really don't want to pay their fair share. I have a problem with that. And so I've always advocated that incentives should always be responsible because what happens is they'll come in and they sell us on these jobs, which you admitted today, you can't quantify. What I know when talking to a lot of folks, and I believe that there is data to show, we have some of the highest wages here, but 70% of those high wage earners don't live here. And so what is the real benefit when you build a big box business, you give incentives, the jobs that are created here, most of those folks don't choose to live here. And then on top of that, appraised values go up. And then the taxpayers here in the poorest county in the state of Kansas is left holding the bag. So what I'd like to see also is when we do these development agreements, making sure that they're responsible, but also looking at clawbacks. So if Tyrone Garner LLC comes into town and you give me a huge incentive to be here because I'm selling this community on the virtues and the values of all the great and wonderful things that I can bring this community, after my 10, 15, whatever year abatement's up, there should be a clawback to say, okay, you owe this community at least 5 years commitment to pay full sales and property taxes in this community. If you don't, whatever you paid, you're going to owe us back. And our legal team is going to hold you to it, and we're going to come after you. Because what I see a lot historically is a lot of these folks will come into town. As soon as their abatement's up, they're either going to want a renewal or they're going to jump ship and they're going to go and play the game of who's going to give me the best value for my business. And to me, that's unfair to our taxpayers when we do that. And so just making sure that again, that it's responsible with these incentives. I've always said that because some of these, the perception is that we've given away the farm to a lot of businesses, whether that's real or perceived. It's out there here in Wyandotte County, and I know a lot of our residents have a problem with that. So making sure that the transparency is there to ensure our residents that when we are doing these incentives, that they are responsible. But then also, people in these other part of towns, they know that we're going to be just as aggressive with bringing in good services and resources and amenities, using these incentives and these different types of funding mechanisms to ensure that nobody is left behind in our community, and pockets of poverty and disinvestment and disenfranchisement, hopefully at some point could be mitigated so everybody can enjoy in the success that you talked about, because the success is there, it's realized. But everybody needs to be able to feel that and know that success doesn't exist in one part of our community. It exists in every part of our community, and all of Wyandotte County can enjoy that success and everything that comes with these incentives. And so that's a call to action that I'm going to continue to advocate for, and I challenge all our stakeholders to make that a priority. So all of Wyandotte County, I'd like to see, I know we talk about Village West a lot, which is great. We're going to continue to support Village West, at least I am. It's the #1 tourist destination in the great state of Kansas, but I'd like to see all of Wyandotte County become the #1 tourist destination in the great state of Kansas, and not just one part. And I think that's something that's doable. We have a gold mine of opportunity when you talk about our Missouri, our Kansas River. When you talk about our national iconic sites as the Quindale Ruins, you've got Strawberry Hill, historic. There's a lot of stuff there that we can build upon, especially east of 635. And you talk about the Northeast, our downtown, the hills, the bottoms, Argentine, Armourdale, and Rosedale. So I just challenge again that stakeholders moving forward really pay attention and really put an emphasis on these areas, because the longer we allow them to deteriorate, we can never truly be a great community. And we're only as strong as our weakest part. And if one part of our community is hurting, that should be a concern for all of us, because we can never really fully realize the greatness of Wyandotte County and Kansas City, Kansas, until we make sure that every area of our town is touched, especially when you have food deserts, you have extreme poverty and blight, and a lot of resources aren't there. You've got areas in the Northeast that don't have a grocery store for healthy food items. We might be losing another grocery store. That should be a concern to all of us. And how do we continue to provide those resources in a manner that's equitable? So that's the challenge, that's all I have. But thank you. I enjoyed the presentation. Okay, is there any closing remarks from Mr. Kendall? Okay, thank you for that presentation. I believe that we're going to transition over to the parks presentation on Parkwood Pools. Angel Fair. Okay, I'll turn it over to our acting county administrator, and he'll lead us into that conversation.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Part 2 of this special session tonight is the facility condition report on Parkwood Pool. As you all know, Parkwood is the only swimming pool managed by the unified government. I'll note this is good timing for this presentation. The pool just opened this past Saturday. We had a little window of sunshine on Saturday that Commissioner Townsend and staff were out there and watched an enthusiastic group of youngsters that were in the pool and enjoying the swim. I'll note that under the leadership of Director Farrar, the Parks has been making a concerted effort to identify and prioritize maintenance and replacement of existing assets across the park system. Parkwood study will shed some light on the condition of the pool. And also note that the commission has authorized investments over the past several years, which have seen a number of investments in existing facilities, replacements of sport courts, putting ACs in community centers, those sorts of things, replacing spray parks. In fact, we just had one open last week. We have another one that's opening next week. That's sort of a reinvestment in existing assets. And this department is implementing a new system to track the condition of all their assets across the park system, to be able to take this type of information and turn that into actionable insights that they can bring forward to the commission on how to make those investments wisely with the limited resources that are available. So you'll see this kind of approach utilized in the report here tonight. on the pool. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Director Ferrara and her team for tonight's presentation.
Thank you, Alan, and thank you, commissioners, for giving us the opportunity tonight. We are very excited to bring this item forward in the conditions assessment. And like Alan said, we were able to get the pool open. If you haven't been by there, it looks amazing. Our staff has done a really great job of maintaining the pool over the years. If you've had a chance to read the full report, that has definitely come through. So we're really proud of our team, our maintenance team specifically, on being able to maintain it at a high level. A little bit of context about the process and this conditions assessment is we did start this process in 2023. And at that time, we partnered with Water's Edge, an aquatics consulting group located here in Kansas City, Kansas on Southwest Boulevard. So they've been assisting us in this process over the last year or so, and really excited to share that information. So this assessment, it's a critical step in understanding the current state of the facility and identifying necessary repairs and also planning for long-term viability. I will also say, as we all know, that Parkwood Pool has served the community for many years, and it's a great asset. And just like any aging infrastructure, it does require careful evaluation to ensure it remains safe, functional, and inviting. This assessment also serves as a foundation for informed decision-making, helping us prioritize investments, hopefully avoid unexpected failures, and also ensure that this community treasure remains just that and can serve the community for years to come. So with us tonight, we have Lauren Osborne. She is the project manager and operations manager with Water's Edge Consulting, who has been helping us through this process. So she will lead us through the presentation that will cover some key highlights from the report, and then also some key takeaways, and then looking forward at the end of the presentation for questions and discussion. So I'll turn it over to Lauren to take us through these next slides.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Commission. It's a pleasure to be here. We have been working with staff over the last several years. So this is going to be a summary of those efforts. Big picture, like Angel referenced, we are an aquatics engineering and design group. Aquatics and water recreation is all we do. We are a team of civil engineers, designers, and other disciplines solely focusing on this. And we are happy to be within your community. It's been a little over 2 years now. So thank you for that. Tonight, we're going to do a quick overview of the conditions. We could sit here for 3 hours talking about conditions, not looking to do that. I'm going to give you a general synopsis, and we can dig in a bit more detail during Q&A. I do want to review some magnitudes of costs of some of the findings throughout the assessment, and I do want to start the dialogue of options moving forward. Project goals for the assessment, it was very specific and very clear. Document the current conditions, so what's going on today, right? What is the status of these systems? Explore any recommended repairs and modifications. Develop probable cost to address those recommended repairs and modifications. We did take a very high-level look at a service area of approximately 1 mile radius around the swimming pool, which helped to inform a little piece of this. I'll talk about it in a bit, and identify the priorities and strategies for implementing these recommended improvements. So to give us all perspective, and in the previous conversation, we talked a little bit about, right, your community and the division of assets throughout it. Parkwood Pool there is located there, which you all know, in the northeast corner of the community. The facility is made up of 2 bodies of water. The larger one is your main pool. It goes from 3 to 10 feet of water. So there is no shallow water included in this body. And it's approximately 6,500 square feet. Your second pool is the wading pool meant for little ones, and it is 1 foot depth all the way around, and it's pretty small little guy at 600 square feet. Adjacent to it is going to be a building that houses actually several uses. One being I'm going to call it the community center on the first floor. We have the restroom or bathroom spaces on the second floor of the building, and the third floor or the deck level of this building is going to be how your guests enter and exit the swimming pool. So the building is actually made up of 3 areas. Just for the sake of this conversation and to be clear, we only looked at levels 1 and 2. We did not do a full assessment of the entire building. We cannot report on the conditions going on that first floor or the community center level. As I walk through this, again, there's many systems that kind of go into a swimming pool. I'm going to break them down into kind of 3 easy chunks. The first is going to be the swimming pools themselves. The second piece is going to be your filter and mechanical space, which is, think of it as the lungs and heart of the facility that really makes it operate. And then the third piece is going to be the building spaces. Overall, when we think of the conditions of the swimming pool, and before we get too specific, overall, the facility is in fair condition. This pool was built in the 1970s, so we are pushing over 50 years old. Any findings we talk about tonight are consistent with the age, right? It's like anything else. The older it gets, the more maintenance we all have to have. Swimming pools are the same case. I do want to speak and reiterate that the only reason this facility is in the condition it is, which is a good condition for the age, is because of the efforts, attention, resources that are being diverted to continue to operate this. As the consultant, seeing facilities across the country, we do give kudos to the staff because they've done an amazing job on it. So with that, we want to break it down a little bit. Overall, facilities in fair condition. Certain elements are in better condition than others. So let's dive into it. At the time of the report, which was in 2023, the facility had a significant level of water loss. When we hear that, we really need to be attuned to how much water are we thinking, where might it be coming from. At the time of the report, we ranked that in poor condition. We had some leak happening somewhere. I can report that since then, there has been a repair made on one of the valves I will show you here in a minute that has actually helped that condition. There is still a water leak in the swimming pool. It is significantly less from our understanding and from the information that is known. So it is still present, but it is not as significant as what was being reported in 2023. Both the wading pool and the main pool, there is a little bit of recommended modification to meet ADA requirement. As of the time of the report, the wading pool and the main pool were not ADA compliant. Your main pool needs 2 methods of ADA methods of access. A lift or chair is one, and there's opportunities for a second one. It was that second one that was not present at the time. The wading pool, you may notice here, you see that blue wall that goes around it? That's a curb. That in and of itself is going to restrict ADA access and meet ADA compliance. The other thing is for that wading pool to be compliant, it does need to have a sloped entry at a particular slope to meet requirements. So at the time of the report, both bodies of water were needing some improvements to meet ADA requirement. The pool basins, so that is going to be the structure of the swimming pools themselves. There were signs of past repair. We do not have accounting for exactly what happened that, to cause the repair. In the image here on the far right, you can see a long linear piece of concrete that had been removed and repaired. Typically, that is consistent with a water leak or some sort of pipe repair. So that is what we anticipate happened whenever that repair was made. There's also various repairs in the walls, again, consistent with the age. We're not saying it is something to be highly concerned about, but we would need to be attuned to it and start watching it. Typically, at about 30 years of age of a swimming pool structure like this, we start to see some repairs need to be made in the pool basins themselves. You're at over 50 years. We can anticipate that we're going to continue to see ongoing repairs necessary within the pool basins. Pool basins maintaining structural integrity is important to maintain a watertight seal and not lose any water coming out of the swimming pool from the basin. Moving forward from that, there is some deck settling throughout this space. You can see here the middle and right image. Those are examples of deck that has moved and has been shaved down to limit tripping hazards. Once again, we would expect this level of movement for the age of the facility. Let's move over to the filter area. So if you have not seen this, and you may not, this is actually sitting under the pool deck over on the north, I think it's the northeast side. So you wouldn't see it just standing on the deck. You would actually have to climb around onto the hill and come up. So there's a few things to report here. One, within the space, the filter room is not ventilated. So you have pipes, you have pumps, you have filter, all in this space, and it's not ventilated. Because of the humidity in there, because of the lack of ventilation, and also because the materials utilized to develop the facility way back in the 1970s. We're seeing corrosion in those original pipes. Once again, we're not indicating that this is something to be alarmed about today. It's something to know. Corrosion that is untreated will continue to corrode, and the pipe will continue to degrade. So big picture, it's something to watch in this space are these pipes and other systems corroding. The filter area, fair condition. There are items within it that we would recommend to pay attention to. The pipes is one. The pump and motor in that space, it has recently been rebuilt, but at the time of the report, it was original. And there's also some valve, recommended valve maintenance items to occur in this space as well. Moving over to chemical treatment. So right now, the pool is not being operated via a chemical control system. So it's an electronic system. Right now, chemicals are being monitored manually, being added manually. This does not meet health code requirements. And I'm going to circle back around, so don't be too worried yet. But it does not meet health code requirements. Health code and best practice is to have all chemical systems tied to a chemical controller, so that computer is monitoring chemicals at all times and adjusting chemical treatment given the data that it is receiving. So that is something to keep in mind, that there is no disinfection system via a chemical controller. The filter that is in there, the filter is what strains out all the yucky stuff. The filter is original. This is an outdated filter system. The reason that is important is, one, it is highly labor intensive to maintain it, operate it, service it. In addition, because of the age and type of filter it is, it can be more difficult to service. And over time, the more this age, it's going to continue to be difficult to service. So as parts and pieces are needed to be replaced, that's where we over time may start to see additional challenge of actually acquiring the pieces and parts to put it together to operate. Pumps, filters, chemical treatment, all of that is 100% required to continue to operate. If any of those things go down, the facility is going to go down and will not be operational. Throughout the space, there is some corrosion in miscellaneous valves and equipment similar to that. The valve that you see here in the center, there has been repair and replacement of this particular valve. When part of that was replaced recently, it did help correct some of the leaks that were occurring in the swimming pool. That's great news to hear that was identified. So just something to be aware of, that staff, that is an example of something staff took care of and helped another problem. We talked about the pipe corrosion. That is just a different example. Within the building, there's two things I really want to point out. One, the restroom spaces and the entrance into the swimming pool is on floor 2. All right. You have to go through the entire restroom space, walk down a set of stairs, either for the men's or women's restrooms, and that is how you access the deck. That's really important when we think about ADA compliance. And I imagine we may talk a little bit about this during Q&A, but let me just give you the synopsis before we get there. Overall, the bathroom spaces are not ADA compliant. You cannot access them from the deck and that be ADA compliant, and vice versa. Within the bathrooms themselves, there are a few things to keep in mind. One, all of the controls for anything within the bathrooms, toilets, sinks, showers, etc., they are not ADA compliant, both in the mechanism to make it operate and in their heights. So all fixtures need to be included in the list of being not ADA compliant. The stalls within the restroom spaces. So when you have, let's say, a toilet within a stall, there is no ADA compliant stall, meaning, and I'm just going to use this for the sake of conversation, a wheelchair cannot enter into that space, have the proper turn radiuses for that to meet compliance. Also, interestingly, this shower here, you see in the far left, in addition to all that, there is a curb that exists between the walkway and entering into the shower space. That curb in and of itself is going to cause this to be a non-ADA compliant space. And then you can see here the staircase that a guest is required to traverse before getting to or from the pool deck. We talked about the stalls there, and overall, these bathrooms, there really is not a lot ADA compliant to them. When we talk about fixtures, we talk about the spaces, that all looks fine. Really, the primary concern coming out of the bathrooms is ADA compliance. So when we break this down, I'm gonna give an overview here. We want to give you recommendations that are immediate. Typically, they are critical to operation and life safety. That's how I really define immediate improvements. Basic improvements are going to continue the life of the facility kind of as is, but will help it continue to operate. And enhanced improvements are going to be those things that increase cost recovery, increase guest experience, et cetera. So there are a few things that were identified in immediate repairs. One, identify and repair any water loss that is coming out of the swimming pool. There's various reasons for that. We can talk about it if you're interested in Q&A. Install a new pump, motor, and strainer. So one thing I did not mention is that at the pump and filter, typically in best practice is that before water hits a pump, we want to strain all the stuff out of it, hair, Band-Aids, et cetera. We don't like that stuff going through the pump. It clogs it up and can lock it up. You do not have a strainer on the system. So all that stuff that is received from the swimming pool goes through the pump and the filter, right? So that's why you're seeing new pump and motor, because those were original at the time, and then there is no strainer. So if we're replacing a pump, let's go ahead and get the strainer in there. It's best practice. From my understanding, there has been improvements and modifications made to the pump recently. And of course, install the chemical controller. That is going to be a health code item. Moving on from that, the basic improvements, things that are just going to help you continue to operate over time would be replace any valves within the system that are corroded, sandblast both of the pool basins, and epoxy paint. That is an ongoing maintenance item. That is nothing to be concerned about. We see that on all swimming pools everywhere, but we added it to basic improvements. And then replace the filtration system due to the age and type of filter that is. We did separate out ADA compliant items, both for the bathhouse and the swimming pools. I want to point this out because when we see this level of possible improvement, it starts to open up the door to a larger conversation about is this the solution, or might there be other solutions when it comes to Parkwood Pool? You can see here that we're really looking at up to $1 million for ADA improvements with the facility as is. The bulk of that is coming to make the building ADA compliant. From there, we went ahead and developed a list of possible enhanced improvements. If you're going to continue to offer swimming at Parkwood Pool, here are some ideas based off of best practice, based off of working with staff, understanding your community and what your community may be looking for here. So we wanted to provide you some options for improvements that are a bit above and beyond. I do want to also report that from the immediate and basic improvements, staff took that information and have submitted an application for the Land Water Conservation Fund, the LWCF, and is awaiting response on that. From my understanding, things are looking pretty positive, but a final decision is not going to be coming on this request until August of 2025. If you look at this list, this is coming from those immediate and basic repairs to allow Parkwood to continue to operate as is. As a part of the process, we did want to understand and provide information to staff and to commission what it may look like to develop a new swimming pool. Water's Edge does not know what the right solution is. We did not study that. All we wanted to provide to you is what are some magnitudes of cost if the community did want to explore various options here at Parkwood Pool. So you can see we put together an opinion of cost just to repair what you have, and that's what we've been talking about. If you were to replace Parkwood Pool with something of similar character and size, bit more modernized, what might that magnitude of cost be? You can see here, 4 to 7 million for that type of facility. And if you wanted to explore something a little bit larger, we're in that kind of $8 to $15 million range is just a high ballpark number for you to use in discussions. Something to really keep in mind is this facility at over 50 years old, we can expect and anticipate that ongoing maintenance challenges are going to occur, and they're going to add up over time. So the ADA compliance line item, that is one thing. We also need to be watching for the pool basin concrete and that integrity remaining in place, along with the pool piping maintaining its integrity as well. It's just something to know that things typically do not get better with age. We start to pay more attention to them. So as we start to look at the level of resources needed to continue operation, it does open the door to the future of Parkwood Pool, including reinvestment into it, or other options. So because of all that and the sums of money we're looking at, we wanted to provide you these magnitudes of costs just for discussion. So what now? So first step, complete those immediate and basic repairs so that you can continue to operate as is. Second step would be to determine, does the community have an appetite for understanding aquatics more holistically in the system? That is something to talk about. Typically, we see that come by way of a feasibility study or a larger system-wide aquatic study. This was only about Parkwood's conditions, what we just talked about today. And from there, based off of findings coming out of maybe a larger study or process, then we start to identify costs and possible funding strategies to fund those costs. I did want to provide, if there was an appetite or interest to look at aquatics more holistically or any level of modification from what you have today, what might be included in that scope. That is what is here in yellow. That may or may not be right for your community, but I at least wanted to provide it to you as we open up for discussion.
Thank you, Commissioners. Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to our staff and to Ms. Osborne, to the administrator in his absence. This was something that I asked for, some time ago as we looked at the continuation of Parkwood Pool or possibly establishing another aquatic center somewhere. And staff thought, and I think this was indeed a good idea, to look at where are we right now so we know what the situation of Parkwood Pool is and we would not get caught off guard. And the timing is great because we're about to go into the budget cycle. One of the things that I wanted to mention right off is that even though there were deficiencies identified, and I'll let staff talk about this in more detail, or Ms. Osborne, that I didn't want anyone coming away thinking that we are having kids or anyone else who want to partake in Parkwood Pool swimming in a situation that was not healthy. There are certain standards not being met, and that's why we need this discussion, because that's about money. All of this can be fixed with money. And that's why I wanted this presented today, whether we continue to use Parkwood and transition to something else, somewhere else, the same location, yet to be determined. But this is kind of a ground zero. Here's where we are presentation today. So I'd like either of you ladies to talk about the safety aspects, because I don't want someone going away from what they've heard thinking that it's not healthy. There are things that need to be changed. So if you could address those things.
I can take it. Yeah, that's a great point. Thank you for bringing that up. The facility is not being operated in an unsafe manner. In fact, it is a safe facility. There are deficiencies to take a look at, but community members are not being put into an unsafe space. So whether we're talking about, water quality, or we're talking about clearances, or we're talking about, failure of something, none of those were triggered throughout the process. And we would report that honestly to you. So no, this is not an unsafe facility, and staff and your third-party operator are doing what they need to do to keep the water and the facility safe for the kids and guests of Parkwood.
And I'll just add to that too, is the pool and staff work with the health department every year to go through the local permitting process. And so we do meet all of those requirements as well from the local health department.
Okay, thank you. I thought that was very important to get that out. So when we talk about the water loss, I guess kids diving and splashing don't know the difference in that. But what does that mean to the viability of the structure, and what other immediate impacts arise from that?
That's a great question. So depending on the amount of water loss, the first thing we think of is the integrity of the subgrade beneath the structure and around those pool structures. In addition, and I'm going to come back to that and explain it here in just a moment. Water loss can impact what's going on below, but it also is impacting the budget. It's impacting how it is operating. So the more water you lose, the more you're treating that, right? Typically with chemicals. And just the more water in general you're utilizing. However, the primary concern is when we're losing water, typically in a pipe, that could be coming from any location, we're not sure where that is right now, is eroding away the subgrade. When the subgrade starts to erode, that means the pipes in the pool basin are not being supported as designed. When a structure like a pool basin or a pipe is not supported, that's when we are prone to, because the additional stress, breaks. And when we start to have either a break in the pipe or we have shifting of the pool basin, that can also cause cracks. And that's a method for water to also leak out of there. And that continues to occur over time. So big picture, water loss can impact. We're not suggesting it is today, but over time, it's impacting subgrade conditions, and it's also impacting your operations via chemical treatment and the amount of water usage you are utilizing in the facility.
And in your summary and the basic improvements that you recommend, that deficiency was accounted for in about the $1.3, $1.5 million that you said are part of the basic improvements, the immediate improvements needed, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Assistant Administrator already made mention of this, but I did want to talk about the condition of the pool Saturday and the fact that Parkwood was only one of two, I think, municipal pools open. The forecast had been horrible, but the good Lord decides ultimately what the weather's going to be. So at 12 o'clock, the sun was out, the pool was clear. I'd like to thank all of the staff who worked on that, Mr. Ryan Teal and his staff, some of the requested changes that we made from last year, the old cinder block sitting areas had been removed and replaced with brand new seating, composite, look great. Sanding of the chairs, the tree that had been there and putting more leaves and refuse into the pool had been removed. So staff is doing what they can to make this a safe and attractive environment. And the kids who were there, they were a bit chilly, but they certainly appreciated. So I am appreciative to all the staff that we're there on time. I'm appreciative of our partners. Someone asked how we staff the pool. We do have a contractor. So in the past, lifeguards were actually part-time workers of the unified governments. But several years ago, we transitioned as a lot of the area pools had to a contracting situation. So we have not had any problems with unfilled lifeguard seats thus far. So that needs to be said, and I appreciate that. I guess the biggest, again, issue is keeping this viable, healthy, open, healthy circumstance and addressing some of these immediate basic improvements. And it comes down to about, I'm just going to round it up, 1.5 million that we need to find somewhere in the budget, grant. I recall there were with home fields an opportunity for improvements in the Northeast area. We need to look at that because this is something that needs to be handled immediately, in my opinion. And again, I thank the staff and the administration for moving forward with this to give us an idea of where we are just with Parkwood Pool. I think the pool was actually open about 68 or 69. So as Ms. Osborne has already said, for its age, it's in, relatively good condition, but clearly we need to move forward with making it better and keeping it a viable summer option as long as we can until we decide to do something different with an aquatic situation. Thank you. Thank you very much, ladies, and to all the staff.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Bynum?
Thank you. First to Angel and your staff, a lot of sincere thanks for all of the efforts that have gone into keeping Parkwood Pool open and operating and safe and well utilized and well enjoyed in this community. I know it's not been a small thing. And I'm remembering going all the way back to COVID when we were trying to decide, open the pool, don't open the pool, and then how will we staff the pool? And you've led us through all of that, you and your staff and your team, and it's been impressive. I want to publicly thank Commissioner Townsend because there is no greater advocate for Parkwood Pool in this entire community than Commissioner Gail Townsend. It's in her district. She's a frequent user of the pool. She cares about the pool. And I will say, I have not encountered a single person more caring about Parkwood Pool than Commissioner Townsend. So I want to say thank you to her because I think without her, maybe some of this doesn't get pushed forward in the way that it has been. And the last thing is you reference a request of $174,000 in funding from Land Water Conservation Fund. If you were to get that and we were to match that, I heard you say that there might be a notification in August of this year. If we match that, because it looks like we have to match it, would these things that are listed that could pay for be able to be complete between pool seasons 25 to 26?
Yeah, so great question. And if you remember, we did take that grant request before standing commission and unanimously supported with full commission. So, and we do have the match in our budget, the 50% for that. So if we do, yes, if we do get that, then hopefully we would be looking to do those items listed there. Again, the information from the presentation was from 2023, but we did err on the side of the high budget number. So we feel pretty good about that. We would have to be working very quickly if we did get the grant funds and got the green light to be able to do those plans ahead of next pool season. But I'm hopeful that we'd be able to do that. I don't know if Lauren can share a little bit more on that side of things, but we feel if we were able to get started, I'm comfortable being able to execute those items.
That's a great question. If I were you, I'd be asking the same thing. The bulk of it, yes. What I'm eyeing and what we would need to check into are those pool filters. Typically, we're seeing a bit longer lead times on some items, and pool filters are one of them. So we would have to enter into a process to get them designed, get them sized, get them ordered very rapidly so we can get that going. So I wish I could stand up here and say definitively, absolutely, they could be done for the 2026, thank you, season. I don't want to overcommit on an item that we know has a bit longer lead time. And then the repair water loss, I'd also like to put that in the category of first step is let's get those inspections done before we overcommit, because we don't necessarily know what that is. We'd like to find out what it is before we make a definitive answer or give a definitive answer on when and how that repair may occur.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Hill?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the report. This is very exciting to me. I do have just one question. On one of your slides, it says magnitude of cost, and it's ADA compliance with the bathhouse and the pools and it has those amounts. Is that amount also included with the enhanced improvements, or is it is it an addition, or these two pieces added together for a complete total? And what is that complete total?
Yeah, great question. They are separate. I don't know if you're looking at a copy of the report. One of the final pages, we summarize that. So they are going to be added together. If you were to take all things listed in the report, immediate, basic, ADA, and enhanced, I'm trying to find that page quickly. I believe that's in that 2.2 to 2.4 million total. ADA is going to be taking up, rounding about $1 million of that.
Okay, and have we had to pay any penalties for not being ADA compliant?
No, not
Okay.
that I'm aware of, no.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mayor, again. I'd like to thank Commissioner Bynum for her kind words. I can think of another person not in the room, but when I think of Parkwood Pool, I do think about the person who was on duty for so many years when I first came, and that's Mr. Earl Watson. And any other lifeguard that served there over the years. For years, there were kids who brought cousins, brothers, sisters. That's why it's so important that in our public schools, we continue to have swimming lessons. They're free. The students are on premises. Parents don't have to worry about extra fees or transportation. And I have talked to several superintendents about that, going back pre-COVID, right on the door of COVID about that. So I will continue to be an advocate for that. But I'd like to thank and remember Mr. Watson and every lifeguard that's ever served. Oh, why am I getting caught up? At Parkwood, including our current staff. There was some doubt that when we went to contractors, oh, these people are coming from all over and there's going to be this, that, and the other. They have been nothing but professional. And if there was any problem, they were out of there, because once they come to Parkwood Pool, they are Parkwood Pool people. And so I have seen nothing but good work from those people who have come there. So Commissioner Hill reminded me again that 1.3 to 1.5 were just basic, but with the ADA, we're looking at about closer to 2.4, 2.5 million. We have not paid any fees. There's been, several years ago, way back, I'm saying almost 10 years ago, there was a question about putting in a lift or a slide or something like that. Now, I think once you start to disturb something like that, then, you're no longer, you lose the grandfather status. I think in 1968, 69, people were not thinking about ADA compliance. That was not a term commonly heard at that time. So I don't want someone to leave here again thinking that this was not built to comply. Yes, it was at that time. But now we are looking to be more inclusive so that people of all situations, physical abilities, can enjoy the pool. So just so that's clear. Again, I want to thank the current staff, the administration, and to my colleagues. We have to find somewhere in the neighborhood of $2.4 million to take care of all of these things. Oh, it goes to what the mayor was saying. It can be done, and we just have to find it. So the presentation of this was perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner King.
Wow. Angel, how much money have we spent on parks east of 78th Street in the last couple of years?
We've done about 13 million in just investments and grants and some capital dollars. So I'd say a large percentage of that, 74% of our parks are east of 635, and a lot of the investment does happen there. So 7-8 million maybe, if I just.
Okay, so we say that again?
I'd have to double check, but I don't want to misspeak, but if I'm just off what I
Just-
know,
just
7,
ballpark
8,
it.
maybe 7, 8 million.
And we haven't spent anything west of 78th Street?
Yeah, well, we have done some investments there. We've made some upgrades to, Wyandotte County Lake. And then also, we've got some investments going on at Wyandotte County Park. So we have done, some investments, we really do try to focus on the entire county.
Well, and the reason I bring it up is the golf course is 48 years old. And it looks terrible. And while we're spending 10, 12 million here, it would only cost a couple, 3, 4 million to modify what's out there now. And I'd like a presentation the next time, Mayor, if you don't mind. I'd like a presentation of the pictures and how bad shape that the clubhouse is. So we can compare, if the commissioner's got a concern, because unless you go out there and you see it, it's terrible. It's it's a beautiful course with a rundown clubhouse. And you talk about neglecting something and overlooking something for the last several years. So I'd like that to be looked at. And thank you, Mayor. And thanks to Park Department for what you guys do. I know I put you through hell.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Burns.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. It's very enlightening. There's no doubt that the improvements need to be made at the Parkwood Pool, and we need to make every effort to do that. Once we get that done, we can move to District 2. I have 2 or 3 locations where you can build brand new pool in either one of those locations. So I look forward for that time to come forward. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Lopez.
Yeah, were you, I think we could save a buttload of money if you was able to explore with BPU, with their water department, also Jeff Miles because I'm looking at some of these pictures as far as the pipes and the pumps. It looks like they're something that we could get from, on a good deal. And also, where my place is off Inland is where Johnson County Waste and other municipalities take their pumps to be rebuilt and repaired. And I'm actually probably tomorrow I'll run by there and say, hey, I'd like to maybe set up something we can go look and just, we can save a lot of money here, there, and here, especially some of our other departments that might have something, or we'll have a great vendor versus, and then kind of bring that to the table and just, save some money there. So, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Davis.
Thank you all for this presentation. One of the things I will say and will continue to say is I think we will have to continue to reconcile our desire for property tax relief, BPU pilot relief, golf course, sci-fi, Parkwood Pool, all of them very, very worthy, very, very admirable and things that are needed. I would hope that we, throughout the budget process, can find some reconciliation. That way we can make these improvements and then also provide that relief. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Stites.
Stites, District 7. So I have a couple questions about, so have we looked at splash parks? Because splash park seems to be the thing, right? Swimming pools are kind of phasing out, and I don't know if maybe this, I'm not saying that the pool should go, but maybe this is the new thing and the new trend of what they're looking at doing. And I don't know what those costs are, what those might look like. And then also, is there, and I don't know, like the other pool that's in Wyandotte County is in Bonner Springs. Yeah. That's city owned, and they charge $6 a day or $45 for a monthly pass. And they also try to do some grants. Is this pool free? And then also, do we look at any grants for funding for operations of the pool? But I would really like to look into the splash park because I think that's kind of the trend. And just like Commissioner Burns said a minute ago about, I think these are easier to install in multiple locations and get and cover versus a swimming pool. I think those are kind of outdated these days. So just your thoughts on that.
I had thoughts. Oh, sorry. So we both have thoughts. I'll start, and I will say that we do hear that a lot from residents, just, the desire for more splash pads. And, I think staff would see that as part of a further planning process so that, we're not just, so there's data behind, which park and we're doing a splash pad in, and just being really strategic and thoughtful in that process. So yes, we do get that a lot. And then I know Lauren will talk about that a little bit. The admission for Parkwood Pool is $1. So that's the admission fee. It's been like that for several years. And then I talk a little bit about attendance. In 2024, we had roughly 104 patrons come through on average per day in the 80-day season. So hopefully that helps. I'll let Lauren share a little bit about the splash pad trend.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'll make it quick. Commissioners, I believe you may have a 7 p.m. start time, so I want to be respectful of your next meeting. But your question is a bit not complicated. There's a lot that goes into it. In a community where an existing swimming pool is present, we typically do not see a lot of success removing a swimming pool and only going to a splash pad model. If we're talking about maintaining aquatics in the system, as has been for some time, and then we're looking at the addition of service, that is certainly a conversation. Depending on the community, which we have not studied to this level, we may or may not get support for that. I think it's something to explore. As Angel alluded to, there's additional study that can occur in looking at the splash pad model is a common practice and is legitimate in proceeding forward when we think about offering aquatics. So there's several different methods we could go about it.
So do you know a general cost of a splash pad? And I know it varies, just like with the graph that you showed about the swimming pool, right? We started at 1 million and all the way up to whatever that was.
Okay,
108
so
million,
let's just
or,
go
pardon me, 18 million.
bottom of the barrel, as simple as you can go. Just, I would say, let's say 500,000 or 600,000 up. So depending on the size, the character, how custom it is,
Okay.
what is the design, what is the site being selected, is there other park development, et cetera. But I think for the purposes of discussion, let's say 500 to 600 as a very base, and go north of that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you. Let me just say that, and you've already said this, Ms. Osborne, again, the purpose of this was to give an account of where we are with Parkwood Pool with no intention to remove the pool. I would say that one of the highest causes of drowning, you can check any source of this, or deaths of kids, certain age group, is drowning. And as long as we have a pool there, that gives kids an opportunity to learn how to swim. And we're still having the Learn to Swim classes. So those are things that the splash parks, while refreshing on a 90-day hot summer day, I'm sure good. If we have a pool, that should be a priority for maintenance, either maintaining what we've got, bringing it up to better standard, or looking to build another one. But since we have one, I will be 1,000% advocate for doing what we need to do to bring that up to standard for right now. So thank you again for what you've done, current staff, all past staff. And we've got to just figure out where to get some money from to take care of what we need to do with the pool. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Awesome presentation. I know that there were some kudos that went out and some thanks. I can tell you June 18th, 2021, the pool was closed. Parkwood Pool was closed. I was running for office and I was out there. If any kudos need to go out and shout outs, I give it to David Grisby, the proprietor of Parkwood Barbershop, who brought the community out and said, we deserve a pool that's open. I rolled up my sleeve. That was one of my campaign promises to this community. And I didn't make very many, is that I was gonna do everything I could to make sure that Parkwood Pool opened. That following year, working with our interim county administrator and with Angel and our staff, our interim administrator, Cheryl Harrison Lee, went to work with me, with our commissioners, with our community, and Parkwood Pool was open that next summer. And so we've got to give recognition where recognition is, because that pool was closed and it was slated to stay closed. And so I want to make sure that we give a shout out to Mr. Grigsby at Parkwood Barbershop who went to work and said, it's not going to happen in the Northeast because this is the only pool we have. And I took that at heart because when I moved to Kansas City, Kansas, I lived in Parkwood. I used Parkwood Pool, and I knew the importance of that was not just for the Northeast, but for the entire community. I can tell you, Commissioners, one thing that I did, and I haven't brought a budget proposal since I became mayor, because the first budget proposal I brought forward, you all told me, get it out of here. You didn't want to hear it. You didn't want to see it. You didn't want no more. So I haven't brought any more forward. But I can tell you, I brought a budget proposal forward, and I can tell you Angel Ferreira did a great job along with several of our staff members on a sales tax initiative. Because when we talk about property taxes, when we talk about where we're going to find the money, I always say with those challenges, allow the community to have a voice and put some skin in the game. A sales tax initiative ballot measure does just that. If they want these types of initiatives, and what I brought forward was parks, pools, infrastructure, and to take care of our public safety facilities. That was rejected. You all didn't have an appetite for it. So I say, moving forward, I challenge you all to be open to that option as opposed to property tax increases or mill levy increases that's going to put a burden on our residents. If you do a sales tax and you allow the voters to decide, that spreads that tax burden out to people that do not live in Kansas City, Kansas, or Wyandotte County, and it's a great option. And I think that's something we can market, and if it's done right, and we can show people the return on the investment of what they're going to be getting for their tax dollars, as well as making it known that other people are going to contribute to that, it might be something this community might be open to. So I just wanted to make sure that that was out there for the record. And I do want to say thank you. I wanted to make sure that those options for future pools, splash parks, Commissioner Stites mentioned that, and Angel did a good job of bringing that information forward. But I wanted to at least let this commission know, and future leaders and stakeholders here at the unified government, long after I'm gone, there are options and opportunities, and it's about really being intentional and being aggressive on behalf of our citizens to bring about these good services and resources that our community have not only demand, they deserve. And so we can create a better Wyandotte County if we do these things in a strategic way. So I did want to put that out there. And Commissioner Kane, I will say the largest park in your district, I'm excited. Angel, I gave her a call to action because when we looked at the deplorable conditions of parks east of 55th Street, some of those parks hadn't been touched since I graduated from high school in 1987. And I can tell you that, and it looked a crying shame. And I can tell you, I gave a call to action to our staff and to Angel, and she delivered. And not only for the East, but I can tell you, I'm proud to say that the Veterans Memorial at the Wyandotte County Lake in your district is getting refurbished, it's getting rehabbished. I got a 3-star general that says he will be on site in your district to celebrate that grand opening, as well as the pickleball court. So I can say staff is doing a good job with the very limited resources that they have. And a lot of this, correct me if I'm wrong, Director Ferreira, is coming from federal grants and other grants that you have found. So it's not really costing our local taxpayers. They are finding the monies to get these type of amenities done. And I just want to say thank you so much. But I did not want to leave out a lot of other people that contributed, which was our intern, county administrator, Cheryl Harrison Lee, Mr. David Grisby at Parkwood Park, because I can tell, and all the community members that showed up and rolled up their sleeves and said, we wanted better. So thank you so much. Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mayor. And a part of that history, it needs to be clear that we did not have during that very terrible period of COVID and after bodies to staff the pool. No matter how great the pool is, you will not staff a pool. You have to have a certain amount of lifeguards. So I appreciate that we moved from, under your administration, lifeguards who serve as part-time UG summer staff to the system we now have, which is a contract situation, and we have not had staffing problems since then. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And before I close, I just want to recognize it's always good to have individuals from our Park Board and our Parks Foundation. We've got Ms. Jane Philbrick here. Thank you for attending and representing our parks volunteers that help bring forward recommendations, both to our director as well as the commission. With that being said, we have to go into our next full Board of Commissioners meeting. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn this special. There's a motion? There's a motion and a second. Clerk, roll call.
Roll call. Stites?
Aye.
Davis?
Aye.
Bynum?
Aye.
Burrows?
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Burns.
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Kane. Lopez.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. We are adjourned and we probably need about 5 minutes to 10 minutes, according to our clerk, to get ready for our full commission meeting. Thank you for your patience and please bear with us. We'll begin shortly. And this is to avoid any background noise. During the meeting, please make sure that if you're allowed to speak, that you announce your name and title every time you speak, so the public that is observing knows exactly who is speaking. This is critical guidance given from the Kansas Attorney General's office. Also, when you speak, please make sure that you speak at an audible level so the clerk can record your comments for the record. And also just be advised, if you are allowed to speak, that we will maintain the decorum of this body and disorderly conduct is strictly prohibited. I'll now call this meeting to order. Clerk, roll call.
Roll call. Stites?
Here.
Davis?
Here.
Bynum?
Here.
Burrows?
Here.
Townsend?
Here.
Burns?
Here.
Ramirez? We have an absence memo. Hill?
Here.
Kane?
Here.
Lopez?
Here.
Garner?
Here, thank you. Tonight, we're going to have an invocation given by Commissioner Hill. I'll ask everybody to stand. Immediately following the invocation will be the Pledge of Allegiance.
Father, we thank you for this opportunity to gather together. Thank you for your love and mercy that endureth forever. We pray that your Holy Spirit would capture our hearts, forgive us of our sins, help our city to be a city that serves and loves you. We pray, oh God, that you would create in us a clean heart and renew a right spirit within us. Help us to hear the cry of the poor. Help us to do more than just hear, but to vote and to love on each other so that we all prosper as a community. We just pray your blessings upon every family in this area. We pray for your love, your mercy, that it would continue to be spread to each and every one of our hearts, that we can grab each other's hand and love each other. And we just pray your blessings in Jesus' name. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Commissioner Hill. Clerk, are there any revisions tonight?
Yes, Mayor, we do have several revisions. Under our agenda update, we are removing item 9.1, the resolution for a 2-year extension of the county administrator contract. Under section 10, public hearing agenda, there is an update changing or correcting the vote of the commissioners for the resolution. And we are adding under section 14, item number 14.3, approval of land bank option applications. Those are the only changes.
Okay, thank you so much. That takes us to the mayor's agenda. And this is about the Future Leaders Outreach Network. And Dr. Clemens and her Future Leaders Outreach Network is the contractor of choice from a committee that selected them to mentor our Mayor's Youth Leadership Council. And so she's going to give a brief update to the commission as to the year. So Dr. Clemens, the floor is yours.
Thank you. On behalf of Future Leaders Outreach Network, Board of Directors, and 2 wonderful leaders, and that is Monica Portley and Jerome Bobbitt, who assisted me with training these fine young people. Let's give them a round of applause before I get to the presentation. Who represented the Mayor's Youth Leadership Council. The Mayor's Youth Leadership Council empowers young people in Wyandotte County to tackle community challenges, celebrate WYCO's beauty, and support neighborhood revitalization by amplifying youth voices, which they had voices, they had ideals, they shared, and they put in a lot of time to share the presentation the last time we were before you in December. By amplifying youth voices, we aim to create a safer, more vibrant, and inclusive future for all. There they are. I'm having to stand up. Child Tran. She was our board president. Torrance Portley. Media coordinator. Michaela Clark. Secretary. Caleb Harris. The public relations officer. And Angel Robinson, general member. So during this period, the goal was to engage the MILEC. We call it MILEC. That's what they came up with, so it's short, for the Mayor's Youth Leadership Council. Members are creating a bridge from the foundation of the previous work of identifying the key issues in Kansas City, Kansas, and Wyandotte County. And the one thing I can share is that they develop a presentation deck proposing solutions to address these challenges and take meaningful steps toward resolving them. And secondly, recruit new members, which we do have some new members that are very much interested in being a part of the mantle that's going to be passed on to them. They're going to pass the mantle on to the young people that's being recruited. But they came up with an idea called it's one more time, 1, 2, 3. They call it the what? For Citizens' Needs in Wyandotte County. And so the feedback that the MILEC members regarding their experience, I'm going to shift to that, were some questions that were sent to them. And the first question was, how has MILEC impacted your personal growth and leadership development? The second question was, how did you feel? How did they feel about the process of creating the proposal for helping hubs? And what was your favorite part of presenting in front of the unified government of Wyandotte County? And just a few feedback from them. What advice would you give the future MILEC participants about making the most of this program? And is there anything else you would like to share about your experience with MILEC or ideas for improving the program? Those were the questions. Now here are the responses. Through MILEC, I was able to expand upon my leadership skills by pinpointing to lead in a way that is both productive and progressive. Furthermore, we were able to apply and integrate our leadership skills in real life situations, contributing to my personal growth of being more confident in thinking creatively. Someone else shared that I felt confident. I was confident because of our ideal and how it could help my community. I was confident because I had the guidance and the perfect team. I am confident for our future ideals. And then another one of the members said, my favorite part was talking to the commissioners and setting forth our problem and solution. Being able to express and amplify our voices to an audience who can help us make change is something very impactful. And MILEC has impacted me tremendously. I have grown with my public speaking skills, my connection skills, and just grown overall. My experience is nothing like my leadership position at school. When you're given the opportunity to be in this group, take it because it is so worth it. So I'm going to play this video. I don't know if I'll be able to do it from here, but we'll see. This is a presentation that they put out, and as a result of that, we have 5 8th grade students, 1 10th grade student, and 1 12th grade student who's interested in receiving this mantle to continue this great work for the mayor's Leadership Advisory Board. Are you able to push it on your end? Okay. It's not working? Okay, they did a beautiful job. You can go to our website and you can watch their presentation. So we want to thank you, Mayor Tyrone A. Gardner, Steve Williams, Irene Cadillo, and JD Rios. Onward and upward to pursue our dreams. They said they all will return back to Kansas City, Wyandotte County, to pay it forward after graduating from high school. Again, let's give them a round of applause.
Thank you, Dr. Clemens, and thank you to these awesome young people. These are our graduating students. Stand up and be recognized. Yes. We're so proud of them. They volunteered their time and they were, when you talk about our young people and, you know, we always talk about being the leaders of tomorrow, they are truly the leaders of today. And they are really coming back once they get through college to contribute here in Wyandotte County. They've made that commitment. Michaela Clark is going to the University of St. Mary in Leavenworth, Kansas. Caleb Harris is going to the University of Missouri, Kansas City. Torrance Portley is going to DePaul University in Chicago. And Angel Robertson is going to Lincoln University in Jefferson City, Missouri. And Charles Tran is going to the University of Missouri in Kansas City. And we are so proud of them. These are our seniors. And yes, And they created that recruitment video because they wanted to make sure that other young people had the opportunity to experience the valued leadership training and mentorship that they had, that I know they're going to carry this experience with them throughout life, and really it's helped them grow as young people. And we're excited on what they're going to bring back after they're done with college, to see what good things they're going to do right here in Kansas City, Kansas, and Wyandotte County. Anybody that's in sight and sound of my voice, we are recruiting for the Mayor's Youth Leadership Council. I may not be the mayor, but the Mayor Leadership Council isn't particular to the mayor, it's petitioned to the office of the mayor. And we would love to have any young people, I believe it's juniors and seniors, to apply, and you can do that through our office, or you can do that through the administrator's office. I want to thank the commission. Let's give the commission a round of applause. When I brought this item to them for consideration, it was a unanimous yes to reestablish the Mayor's Youth Leadership Council, and it's something that I know for years is going to have a positive impact, not just on our young people, but hopefully for Wyandotte County for years to come. So thank you so much. I'm going to turn it over now to my Chief of Staff, Irene Cadillo.
You're just coming down, Mayor.
Well, you can say that. So go on and have some words,
Behalf of the
Irene.
mayor and everyone at the Future Leaders Outreach Network, this sometimes can be a struggle, but we appreciate the work that they've done. But we also, for about a week ago, we brought the young students together, had lunch, had an opportunity just to hear from themselves, how they felt, what are they going to be doing and where they're going to be going. Tonight, on behalf of the mayor, we're going to be giving them their certificates of participation and thanking them for all of their work again in front of you. So Mayor, I'll ask you come down and we can give them their certificates and take their picture. Oh, and the at-larges. Yeah. The at-larges, if you could join the mayor.
Michaela Clark. All right. The president, Chan, man. Again, thank you, Future Leaders Outreach Network, for your leadership and networking with our community and mentoring these young people. And again, let's give our outgoing Mayor of Youth Leadership Council a round of applause. Okay. That takes us to the next item. Clerk, I believe we have several proclamations. If you can read those abbreviated versions of that.
Proclamation, now therefore I, Tyrone Garner, Mayor, CEO of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, do hereby proclaim May 4 through 10, 2025 as National Correctional Officers and Employees Week in Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, and urge all citizens to recognize the importance of National Correctional Officers and Employees Week. Proclamation, now therefore I, Tyrone Garner, Mayor, CEO of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, do hereby proclaim May 9, 2025 as Provider Appreciation Day in Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas. Proclamation, now therefore I, Tyrone Garner, Mayor, CEO of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, do hereby proclaim May 22nd, 2025 as Older Americans Day in Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas. Proclamation, now therefore I, Tyrone Garner, Mayor, CEO of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, do hereby proclaim Sunday, May 25th, 2025 as Ruth Benin Day in Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas. Proclamation, now therefore I, Tyrone Garner, Mayor, CEO of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, do hereby proclaim the week of May 12 through 18, 2025 as National Salvation Army Week in Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, and commend them for the constant support for all Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas residents through social services, volunteerism, and spiritual guidance.
Thank you, Clerk. We'll now proceed into the planning and zoning portion of tonight's agenda. Clerk, I'm going to ask you to read the statement required by state law governing the planning and zoning portion of our meeting, followed by the items on the planning and zoning consent agenda.
Thank you, Mayor. We would like to welcome all present to the meeting of the Unified Government Commission. Members of the commission are Mayor CEO Tyrone Garner, Commissioner Melissa Bynum, at-large District 1, Commissioner Tom Burrows, at-large District 2, Commissioner Gail Townsend, District 1, Commissioner Bill Burns, District 2, Commissioner Christian Ramirez, District 3, Commissioner Evelyn Hill, District 4, Commissioner Mike Kane, District 5, Commissioner Phil Lopez, District 6, Commissioner Chuck Stites, District 7, and Commissioner Andrew Davis, District 8. As each petition is called, all persons for or against will be given the opportunity to express their views. If this is the first time that a particular petition has been before the commission has three options. 1, it can approve the recommendation of the Planning Commission with 6 votes. 2, it can override the Planning Commission's recommendation, but it would take 8 votes to override. 3, it can return the matter to the Planning Commission for further consideration, together with a statement specifying the reasons for the referral back to the Planning Commission. The consent agenda is the first part of the planning and zoning agenda. Items on the consent agenda have received a unanimous vote of recommendation by the Planning Commission. Unless there is a request to set aside an item from the consent agenda by the applicant, a member of the public, the Unified Government Commission, or others, then the Planning Commission's recommendation on all of the items on the consent agenda will be adopted by the Unified Government Commission at one time. I will read the list of agenda items on the consent agenda, and when I have completed the list, the mayor will ask if there are any requests to set aside items from the consent agenda. This is your time to come to the microphone and provide the agenda item to be set aside if you do not agree with the Planning Commission's recommendation. If you're joining us virtually, this is your time to raise your hand, and once acknowledged, provide the agenda item to be set aside. If you contacted the UG Clerk's office, that item will be set aside by the UG Clerk on your behalf. If an item is set aside, the matter will be discussed and voted on separately. All items not set aside will be approved with the Planning Commission's recommendation. We appreciate the attendance of those people here this evening, and we recognize the importance of each petition. We would, however, remind you that there are a number of items on the agenda, and we would appreciate your efforts to make your remarks as concise as possible. We ask that anyone with a cell phone, please turn them off or switch to non-audio so you will not disturb the meeting. If joining us virtually or by phone, we ask that you mute your phone when not speaking to avoid background noise so you will not disturb the meeting. Once the petitioners make their presentation, anyone for or against will be allowed the maximum 3 minutes to state their views. As you come to the microphone, please state your name and city for the record if attending in person. This is also your time to raise your hand if you're joining us virtually. When your name is called, please state your name and city for the record. The mayor and commission are required to disclose contacts with proponents or opponents on any item on the planning and zoning agenda. At this time, does any member of the commission wish to disclose any contact with proponents or opponents on any item on the agenda?
Any commissioners have disclosures? Clerk, you can read the agenda.
Thank you. I will now read the items on the consent agenda. Change of zone application COZ 2025-004, Mike McGowan. Change of zone from CP2 Planned General Business to CP3 Planned Commercial District for a contractor warehouse and storage facility at 13100 and 13130 State Avenue. Recommended for approval by a vote of 7-0. Special use permit applications. Item 7.2.1, SP 2025-006, Tiffany Clark with Rosedale Roadhouse LLC. Special use permit to operate a short-term rental at 1127 Southwest Boulevard. Recommended for approval by a vote of 7-0 for 6 months. Item 7.2.2, SP 2025-014, David Swanson with Swanson Holdings. Special use permit for a short-term rental at 2629 South 49th Street. Recommended for approval by a vote of 7-0 for 1 year. Item 7.2.3, SP 2025-017, Eli Schwinn. Renewal of a special use permit for storage of motor vehicles and other recreational vehicles and equipment for auction sales for Copart at 8400, 8410, and 8440 Gibbs Road. Recommended for approval by a vote of 7-0 for 1 year. Item 7.2.4, SP 2025-018, Ryan Dink with McEnany, Van Cleve, and Phillips, PA. Renewal of a special use permit for material and clean rubble excavation and stockpiling at 7751 South 73rd Street. Recommended for approval by a vote of 7-0 for 5 years. Item 7.2.5, SP 2025-019, Tyler Shirk with Bear B&B. Special use permit for a non-owner occupied short-term rental at 2105 West 43rd Avenue. Recommended for approval by a vote of 7-0 for 1 year. Item 7.2.6, SP 2025-020, Catherine Dumovich. Renewal of a special use permit for heavy truck parking at American Motel at 7949 Split Log Avenue. Recommended for approval by a vote of 7-0 for 2 years. Item 7.2.7, SP 2025-022, Hassan Abdulatif with HM Semi Truck Repair. Special use permit for a semi and heavy truck repair and maintenance facility for United Truck Repair at 451 South 14th Street. Recommended for approval by a vote of 7-0 for 2 years. Item 7.2.8, SP 2025-033, Horacio Perez. Special use permit for chickens in excess of 6 at 3505 Sorter Drive. Recommended for approval by a vote of 7-0 for 1 year. Miscellaneous. Item 7.3.1, ordinance rezoning property at 2951 South 34th Street from AG Agricultural District to R1 Single Family District. Recommended for approval. Item 7.3.2, ordinance authorizing a special use permit for continuation of a volleyball training facility at 7120 Gibbs Road. Recommended for approval. Item 7.3.3, ordinance authorizing a special use permit for continuation of a short-term rental at 809 Central Avenue. Recommended for approval. Item 7.3.4, ordinance authorizing special use permit for continuation of stockpiling and movement of materials for a rock crushing and gravel operation at 7241 Caw Drive. Recommended for approval. Item 7.3.5, ordinance authorizing a special use permit for the continuation of a chiropractic office at 5331 Miami Avenue. Recommended for approval. Item 7.3.6, Ordinance authorizing a special use permit for a short-term rental at 3030 North 64th Street, recommended for approval. Item 7.3.7, ordinance authorizing a special use permit for a short-term rental at 616 Elizabeth Avenue, recommended for approval. Mayor, this represents all the items on the consent agenda.
Thank you, Clerk. Do any members of the commission, the county administrator, or the public wish to set aside any item on the planning and zoning consent agenda? If an item is not set aside, all items on the planning and zoning consent agenda will be voted on by one vote to follow the recommendation of the planning commission. Clerk, has anyone contacted your office to have an item set aside?
We've had no contact.
Okay. Is there anyone in attendance who would like to set aside an item that was read? Please make sure you state your name and your city for record.
I'm Horacio Perez. I try to make agriculture, so I wanna see I can, you guys give me a big favor and, put me all over for the next month.
I guess.
Wait for next month. I wanna see you guys give me a
Okay.
favor.
Which item is that, sir? Our clerk.
That's, I'll make application for make agriculture. That's, set it 28P2025033.
Okay. 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 The clerk has that for the record, so we'll set that aside and we'll address that matter. So thank you.
So can,
We're setting it aside for now.
all right.
Okay. Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience who'd like something set aside? When you come to the mic, please state your names and your city of residence, please. Okay, all right. We're going to move on. Clerk, is there anyone joining us virtually who has their hands raised who'd like to set aside an item?
No hands are raised.
Okay. Excluding the set asides, I'll entertain them. I'm sorry. We have Commissioner Lopez. I'm sorry. Commissioner Lopez.
Yeah, I want to set aside SP 2025-020 and SP 2024-057.
David, second.
057.
Can you repeat those, Commissioner Lopez?
We don't have a 057.
Stand by. Yeah.
Commissioner, are you referring to the ordinance? Item
On the miscellaneous.
Item 7.3.2.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Clerk, did you capture that?
I did, thank you.
Okay, all right. All right. I will accept, there was a motion and a second to approval of the planning and zoning consent agenda, excluding those set-asides. Any further discussion? Seeing none, clerk, roll call.
Roll call, Stites.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
Burns.
Aye.
Hill.
Aye.
Kane.
Aye.
Lopez.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay. Clerk, the first set-aside, could you read that?
This is special use permit, item 7.2.8, SP 2025-033, Horacio Perez. Special use permit for chickens in excess of 6 at 3505 Sorter Drive. Recommended for approval by a vote of 7-0 for 1 year.
Okay. I'm going to ask Mr. Lucas, who's representing planning, to make some remarks in regards to his request.
Thank you, Mayor, Commission, public. Rodney Lucas, interim Assistant County Administrator. Mr. Perez would like to change out his request of chicken permits and for his to be held over to go back to our committee, to the Planning Commission, because he wants a different type of approval. So that's why he was asking for the set aside, not so much as to debate anything. He appreciates what's been done to date. He's just cleared up the farm area and he wanted to do a different way.
Okay, with that being said, and I believe, with that request, I'm just gonna, is there any discussion, questions from the commission? Commissioner Townsend?
Thank you. This is the first time it's come before us. I guess it can, if I'm clear, you want this to go back to planning and zoning? Is that your request?
Our request for agriculture and not for chickens. He wanna give me permits for 20 chickens. I got almost 8 acres. I wanna hold over like 1 more month to bring somebody explain me everything pretty good. I'm gonna speak a little bit English. So the things he told me to do, a bunch of stuff in there, clean the property, move. Before I don't know if that's illegal, so I got a friend, he's got a roosters on my property. I let you use it, cause I got a lot of, well, almost 8 acres. And when he's go up there and look and he say like, no, you got a bunch of roosters, so I just told him, give me a time and I'll remove it. So he's given me like a month and I remove all the roosters, I remove all the cages. And everything he told me to do, I'll do it. I'll clean the property really good. And now he say like, no, you got only permits for 20 chickens. And I don't think so. He's not treating me right. Cause like I say, everything he told me to do, I'll do it. I got a problem with my feet. I got a toe amputator. It's not your problem, but I pay for the people because he told me, you need to do this for make agriculture. And now he say like, no, you only have a permit for 20 chickens. And then I really worry about it, like, you know what I mean? Because in the future, I want to make like a little, like a metal barn, to put my stuff in there. And it's not agriculture. I can have any building in there because I need to have a house and I have a lot of stuff to do in there.
Okay.
And that's what I'm worried about, because like I say, I don't want a permit for 20 chickens. I don't want
Okay.
chickens. I want to
Thank-
just.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Perez.
Yeah.
I think I understand. Could I get just a clarification from legal, though? There's been a determination. It sounds like he doesn't like what he's getting. Is that the basis? Can that be the basis to send this back to planning and zoning, which is his request?
I think there's a lot of confusion from planning and zoning, and I think in this instance, it might be appropriate because it's more than, I believe it's more than just asking for a change in conditions. I think there perhaps some interpretation
Okay.
services are necessary to help understand
Okay.
the process. for
Thank
him,
you.
Is what I'm understanding, and it might be helpful for him.
Thank you, Chief. So since we can, I would move to refer this back to planning and zoning for clarification of what has been granted and to clear up any other questions that the request of Mr. Perez might have.
Thank you, Commissioner. I guess, Mr. Lucas, I had a question in that regard. What I'm taking, and I believe what some of the commissioners are taking, is that he wants to withdraw this item to work with staff and be able to bring something back. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
No. It needs to go back.
All right, so what we're taking, with our legal is that, he's asking for a 30-day extension. And so, to be able to work things out with staff and then come back to this body with after he gets more clarity, with something that he can bring forward, for consideration.
Mayor, I can amend my motion, but just so I'm clear, is this 30 days to go back to planning and zoning or not? That's the clarity I need.
I believe that would be the best. In that way,
Okay.
he can either at that time after speaking with them, if he wants to withdraw his application, if he wants to proceed with modification, or just so that he can understand the options.
Okay, well, that was my motion then, that this be sent back to planning and zoning
Okay.
for clarification needed.
All right. I got a motion, and Commissioner Lopez.
Yeah, Mr. Perez, I just, you can stay seated right there. I just want to let you know, I reached out to the director of the code enforcement, and he said, Mr. Perez has done everything we've asked of him to get his property compliant. So you've done everything as far as that's concerned. Because there is a handful of violations in that neighborhood. And he said, unfortunately, he's given you praise that you're one of the very few that's actually cleaned up your place. So I just wanted to let you know that the code enforcement is happy with what you've done already.
Well, I'm every single time I'll do something with the city, I'll do it right. I make a garage in the back of my house. I do it with permits. Everything what I do with permits because I want to make it right in the city. A bunch of people is making buildings and everything without the permits. It's not my problem, but I want to make it right.
Yep.
That's only my concern.
Yep. No, you're good. You're good. We're going to get this figured out. I promise you that.
Thank
Okay.
you. Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Stites.
Stites District 7. Mr. President, so it sounds like, obviously, there's a little bit of confusion as to what you need. Were you saying that in 30 days when it gets sent back, that you'll have somebody there to help you with the understanding and the language
Yeah, 'cause
gap
like-
there? Is that way,
Yeah,
we
like,
want to
I
make
can
sure.
understand
Go
everything
ahead.
better, because like I say, I'm speak English, but a little bit, not the whole thing.
Sure.
And some stuff I'm not understand right,
Yep.
and I wanna see I can get somebody come and help me out.
Okay, good.
And
Good.
because I go ask him, where else you need to make agriculture? And he say, no, you can have agriculture, you need got permits for 20 chickens. So like, but every single time when I go up there and asking what else I need to do, he changed the stuff. He all the time told me something different.
Yeah, I just want to
So-
make sure that when it
Yeah.
gets sent back, if that's the way we vote, that you have adequate, we want you to understand what we're
Sure.
asking of you and
really
that what
appreciate
you're asking of us. So
really
I think
appreciate-
that this is a good way to resolve
Yeah.
that. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Mhm.
I'll second that motion by Commissioner Townsend.
There's a motion and a second, but before we do that, I just want to make sure staff, and thank you for that clarity, but I believe I'm hearing something in there that I've heard from other developers, is just, we want to make sure that whatever we relay to this gentleman, that we're not adding anything outside of policy. We're not creating additional punch lists for him to do. We're not adding anything that is out of the ordinary, anything that is not allowed by policy, by state law, or ordinance from this unified government. We need to make sure that we're not allowing staff to add any additional unequitable punch lists or items for consideration that this commission or the planning commission or state law or our ordinance do not allow, because that has been a consistent complaint from a lot of our developers and a lot of people coming to the unified government, is the messaging is not equitable. And sometimes what they're told is different. And then they bring forth recommendations and they're given more punch lists or more things that they need to do. I just want to make sure that that practice really aligns with state law and with our ordinances. So whoever our developers are, our residents are, that there's clarity and equity in whatever they're doing. So there's a motion, second. Clerk, roll call. There was a motion and a second. There was a motion from Commissioner Townsend and a second from Commissioner Davis.
Roll call. Stites?
Aye.
Davis?
Aye.
Bynum?
Aye.
Burrows?
Aye.
Townsend?
Aye.
Burns?
Aye.
Hill?
Aye.
Kane? Lopez?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Clerk, I believe we have a set aside from Commissioner Lopez, if you would read that.
Item 7.2.6, SP 2025-020, Catherine Dumovich. Renewal of a special use permit for heavy truck parking at American Motel at 7949 Split Log Avenue. Recommended for approval by a vote of 7-0 for 2 years.
Okay. Commissioner Lopez, was that the only item you set aside? Okay. He has one more, clerk. We can't take it one at a time. Well, you can read the other one. We'll knock them both out.
Item 7.3.2, an ordinance authorizing a special use permit for continuation of a volleyball training facility at 7120 Gibbs Road, recommended for approval. You did 020, SP 2025-020. Okay. And then you also did the special use permit ordinance for 2024-057. The volleyball training facility.
Okay. All right. We'll go with the first one that's on screen. And
Yes.
Mr. Lucas, if you can make some remarks in regards to that.
I just wanted clarity. I thought it was the Hussein, it was the truck place. It's not the truck one? No. That's split law. Okay. All right, 1 second, please. All right, Mayor, Commission, the applicant is Tyler Shrink. He, huh? Next one. All right, Catherine, yes, all right, sorry about that. The Planning Commission had approved this for 2 years. Is tractor trailer trucks that are parked only in the 7 designated parking spaces in the southeast corner of the parking lot. There's a total of 18 conditions that were placed on the applicant. All parking lots, all parking lot lighting shall have 90-degree cutoff fixtures on them as not to exceed 1 foot candle at the property line. Subject to approval, the occupancy business must file and maintain a current business occupancy tax application with the Business License Division. No outside storage on site, no inoperable vehicles kept on site. All waste on the site must be cleaned and waste must be managed properly on site per section 27-723, no signs, including the structure or sign surfaces, shall be erected, installed, altered, relocated, rebuilt, or refaced under the Unified Government Sign Permit. If approved, the applicant may need additional license for permits for safe and proper operation. The approval of this application does not mitigate the need for additional licenses, as this applicant is for zoning approval only. A building permit is required for the construction of a permanent structure greater than 120 square feet for the expansion of or addition to an existing structure.
Commissioner Lopez, is that the item? Okay. I guess, Mr. Lucas, what was the planning commission's, just to read, what was their recommendation?
Their recommendation was 7-0 to approve the special permit for a 2-year period with the 18 conditions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lucas. Is the applicant here today?
Mayor, I have a hand raised online. Mr. Dink, do you represent the applicant? You're unmuted.
Good evening, Ryan Dink, appearing, McEnany Bank, Cleveland Phillips, appearing on behalf of the applicant, American Motel. We support the staff recommendation and the staff report with all the conditions, and also the recommendation of the Planning Commission. Be willing to stand for any questions.
Okay, thank you. I'll now open the public hearing. Clerk, have you received any notifications from the public who wish to express their comments in favor of the item?
No comments were received.
Is there anyone present who would like to speak in favor of the item? Clerk, is there anyone joining us virtually who'd like to speak in favor of the item?
No hands are raised.
Clerk, have you received any notification from the public who'd like to express their opposition to the item?
No comments received.
Is there anyone present who'd like to speak in opposition to the item? Clerk, is anyone joining us virtually who'd like to speak in opposition?
No hands are raised.
I'll close the public hearing. Mr. Dink, petitioner, is there any closing comments?
No, sir. Be happy to answer any questions that Commissioner Lopez has.
Okay. Questions from the commission? Commissioner Lopez?
Yeah, my concern is, so number one, just not even an eighth of a mile. There's state parking. It's a rest area for tractor trailers. So it's right there. Now, my concern is too, is that in 2023, there's been over 100 police calls for service on subject properties and such. But what I'm trying to get at is there is a lot of criminal activity there, a lot of it. And I have a Class A CDL, and I have to renew when I renew my driver's license, I have to go to the DMV, watch a video, and take a test. And it has nothing to do with driving a big rig. It all has to do with child trafficking and sex trafficking. And what concerns me is what's going on there with the semis parked there. I'm just saying, and then plus with all these police calls, and I'm still waiting to hear back from Highway Patrol. I put a call out for them today, and I'm trying to find out what their findings are. But there is, I do know from 2 highway patrolmen that there were some other incidents, whatnot. But that's just my concern. Why are they parking tractor trailers there? They don't need to get hotel rooms because those tractors already have sleepers on them. So why are we parking them there? Why are we letting them park there? When just, less than an eighth of a mile right there is a rest area for tractor trailers. So that's my question.
Mr. Dink?
Yeah, got my hand raised.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. We'd be happy to discuss that. Those issues did not come up at the Planning Commission. I know that on renewals in the past, there have been questions about really just the number of calls for service for police at this location. On past renewals, we dealt with concerns from neighbors on those topics, but I don't think that's been for several renewals now. And when we did a deeper dive on the actual calls for service, we were able to, or the owner anyway, was able to explain really the volume. We also have addressed in the past the fact that we have on-site security to address some of the security concerns. I don't have the applicant here with me, but my understanding is that in the past, yes, what often happens is that the tractor trailer drivers will park their trailer at the rest stop that Commissioner Lopez is talking about, but then they will want to bring their tractor down to the motel with them in a more secure location. Not all tractor trailers have sleeping berths that are in these locations, and so that's been it. Really, it's because of the proximity to the well, it's the former welcome center that does make this attractive to tractor trailer drivers. So that's a key part of my client's business. I'd be happy to field any follow-up questions on that. If this is a real concern, because we didn't hear any of this at the Planning Commission, and if any of the commissioners have concerns on this, I mean, this has been a business of going concern for decades now. And we want to explore this further to really get into the weeds of Commissioner Lopez's concerns. Then maybe we send it back to the Planning Commission. But not having heard any concerns from the neighbors or any of the planning commissioners, we would hope that we would be able to, and with the unanimous recommendation, we would hope that we'd be able to go through tonight. It is a special use permit, so it's only approved for 2 years. As a special use permit, this only relates to tractor trailer parking. If you all think that something nefarious is going on there, you've got the right to revoke it, but none of the neighbors have come forward within the past couple of renewals advocating for that.
Okay, because what I'm trying to get at too is calls for service issues ranging from battery assault, property theft, property damage, rape, and drug offenses. That's what I was trying to get at, is that's my issue there too, is, and I don't think the planning and zoning commissioners, I don't know any of them have CDLs and drive trucks and know a lot what's going on there as far as that's concerned, but I'm just saying that, that's my concern about this.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Stites.
Stites District 7. So Ryan, if you're able to answer, so when this location was originally built, did it not have truck parking originally? And did a special use permit come some years later? Is that why we're here where we're at right now? And how many years has it, if that is the case, how many years has a special use permit been in play for truck parking?
I would have to go back and look. Let me look at the staff report real quick. We've had tractor trailer parking there for. This special use permit has been in place for a long time. I think we're on maybe the 5th renewal. It's only renewed every 2 years. As part of the various renewals that come through, the neighbors have asked for things such as screening, fencing. We've done different things throughout the years. And generally, I think that as of the last several renewals, they've been satisfied with the measures that we've taken. and I can't remember, because this client, this is how old it is. This client was one of my dad's clients, so it's been there for probably 30 some years. And I can't remember if the SUP requirement came into place because the code changed such that they were parking tractor trailers, which was a permitted use before. Now they had to get a special use permit. But that's been probably at least 10, 15 years ago that we started having to get these special use permits.
Okay, and this may be here more for staff, but so how is it now that we're asking for some updated lighting? I know we didn't get through all of the conditions, but why are they not in compliant?
Commissioner, if I could answer, I think that's an old condition that was brought over from past staff reports when we took various measures to satisfy the neighbors in the past where we did cut off lighting. I don't think that's anything that needs to be done going forward. I think that's all been done several years ago.
But it's in as one of the conditions on this approval.
Right.
That this gets done, so it doesn't sound like it's been done in the past.
I can check with them. I didn't handle this matter at the planning commission, but I believe that cutoff lighting requirement was something that was added in the years past. And oftentimes what staff will do on these renewals is they'll just take the stipulations from years past and layer those on top of anything new. So I think that's just reflective of past stipulations and basically making sure that we still recognize we have the obligation to comply with those past year stipulations, which includes maintenance of the cutoff lighting.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Kane.
Monica, I've got a young lady on here who says she can't raise her hand.
Correct. Mayor, close the public hearing.
Okay.
Commissioner, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Lopez, Commissioner Bynum.
Thank you. I'm just curious, the calls for service, are we directly attributing them to the truck parking, or do we know where they're from? I feel like if we're concerned that they're from the heavy truck parking, that maybe we ought to send it back to planning and zoning so that we can have a detail of what those calls for service are about. I mean, you gave us some examples, but can the police department identify for us where those are originating from? Does that make sense? We have a very high up police department representative in the audience that might be able to tell us.
Let me defend from my experience. They go off records and you're asking the police department to come up with documents and data off the top of their head. I don't think that's reasonable. But what could happen is that your recommendation, so it'd give the police department enough time to go back and research and do those things.
Correct. I'm not asking for him to do that right now. I'm asking, is that available by looking at the calls for service records?
Yes,
Okay.
that information is readily available to the police department upon request. Counsel?
Yes, I don't have any independent knowledge, just that I note that the report indicates that it refers to these incidents prior to 2023. And they said that they were not able to confirm whether they involved the semi-truck parking. And so that's on page 3 of the report.
Okay, so I guess the question for the commission, I believe, one was posed by Commissioner Lopez and another one by Commissioner Bynum. What is the status, and this is for the commission to consider, of the actual calls for service in relation to the request? And so It doesn't look like, it looks like Commissioner Lopez may have pulled some preliminary data, but that really, I don't believe a commissioner can verify that substantially. We really need to rely on actual information that's up to date and accurate from the Kansas City, Kansas Police Department. And so, Commissioner Bynum, that is an option as well if you were wanting to have that information and sent back. So I just wanted some clarity there. Commissioner Burrows.
Thank you, Mayor. In the past, the biggest issue, if I remember, Mr. Dane, was the fact that they were parking their tractors up against the property line and the trucks were running all night long or starting up early in the morning, and the fumes were filtering through the neighborhood from the exhaust on the vehicles. That was an ongoing issue, if I believe, the last time it came forward. And they got that remedied by putting the screen and the fencing up. Since that time, I personally have not had any calls or complaints. I just am assured that if we're going to have a police report presented, that we have the accurate information to ensure that we're providing a safe environment for anyone that would visit the hotel or for the community as a whole.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Lopez.
Again, I'm just, that's what I'm trying to state is, I'm just trying to, again, protect our kids. It is sickening to see the video that I have to watch to renew my CDL, and just to see these SUVs pull up and literally it looks like 20 little kids just jump out of these, I mean, little kids, and they just spread out to all these semis. And so the semis are there like they're customers. And it's heartbreaking. But I want to make the motion to send it back so we can take a deeper dive.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. Before I entertain that motion, I guess the question for staff to get to the police department is that actual first account from you in regards to this facility, or are we talking about another facility? Commissioner Lopez.
Yeah, I just want.
You said that the young semis were lining up. I don't want to paraphrase you, but you left me with the visual that semis are lining up and kids are entertaining for whatever purposes. I just want to be clear. Is that at this location or?
No, I'm just saying in the videos that we have to watch, because child trafficking has gotten so far crazy that they are getting it contained, and they're wanting these truck drivers to look to this is what you look for is when you're at a truck stop across the United States.
Okay.
And it's things like this, but also who really polices this is the Highway Patrol. They're the biggest. They're the ones who really police this more than. I'm not sure if our local police department. I'm sure they do, but like I said, the Highway Patrol is the one that really need to get the correct data here. So.
Okay, and thank you for that clarity. I just wanted to make sure that your observation isn't directly related to an accusation that you're making related to the petitioner in regards to this item that's before us. I understand your concerns, and that's a valid concern that we all should be concerned about. But I just wanted clarity moving forward that you have an overall concern in regards to truck stops and things of this nature. And so I think that better provides that. So thank you. Commissioner Stites.
I'll make this one quick. Stites, District 7. So, Ryan, if this does in fact get sent back, is there any way that we can make sure that we find out that these trucks, are they indeed renting a room, right? And not just pulling in there and using this parking lot as overnight parking and just allowing their trucks. We've got a picture that's up right now, and which depicts exactly what Commissioner Burrows was saying. These trucks backed up to this just north of that southern neighborhood. And just on the other side of that tree line, there's a lot of, there's houses that are right there that these exhaust fumes and the sound of those diesel engines running all night long. So I think it would be good information to have that these trucks, and maybe we implement that there's no overnight running of vehicles. That could be a stipulation that gets put in there, that that vehicles are not allowed to run overnight. So that was just something that if this does indeed get sent back, that we can potentially look at.
Thank you.
Commissioner, this is Ryan Dink. I just wanted to clarify what was up. Those are the 7 parking stalls for full tractor trailers. And they abut the property line to the south. And there's quite a bit of trees in there, and then behind it is basically a hayfield. And we know the owner of the hayfield. The properties that were concerned were the properties on the west side of the property, and they did take measures and I think to the residents' satisfaction in years past about idling. And it's not the full tractor trailers, it was just the tractors. But they have taken measures to mitigate those individuals' concerns.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to make sure that if this goes back, that the scope of inquiry is forward of 2023. I see in here that this was prior to 2023. That meant that this information had to have been taken into account to approve the permit awarded then. And so now this is renewal. So to be fair to all parties, I think the scope should be from 2023 forward, and I don't see any mention of anything. Hope that would be the case, but to be fair to all parties, that should be, in my opinion, the scope of what we're looking at, from police, highway patrol, whatever the source. Thank you.
Okay, hopefully staff takes that for the record and notes that. Commissioner Lopez. Okay, there is a motion. Can you repeat that motion, Commissioner Lopez?
I just want to send it back for a deep dive here.
Send it back for,
Yes.
to what would you like done?
I would like to do more homework on it, basically, reach out to Highway Patrol, just to see what calls where are they policing, what do they have going on with this?
Would you, as part of that motion, that is Kansas City, Kansas proper property. I'm not sure what jurisdiction as far as patrols that Highway Patrol usually would do on that property on a regular basis. But so would you like to add Kansas City, Kansas Police Department as well?
Yes.
Okay. And would you also like to add the recommendation from Commissioner Townsend as to moving forward date of what date was that, Commissioner Townsend?
Thank you. From 2023 forward to the current, which would take into account what's happened since this was last awarded a permit. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, yep.
Okay. Clerk, did you capture all that?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay. Any further discussion? Seeing none, clerk, roll call.
We need a second.
I'm sorry. We have a second from Commissioner Stites. Clerk, roll call.
Roll call. Stites? Davis?
Aye.
Bynum?
Aye.
Burrows?
Aye.
Townsend?
Aye.
Burns?
Aye.
Hill?
Aye.
King? Lopez?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, thank you. Clerk, can you read the next item, please?
Miscellaneous ordinance number 7.3.2, an ordinance authorizing a special use permit for continuation of a volleyball training facility at 7120 Gibbs Road, recommended for approval.
Okay, I'd ask I'd ask staff to just make some opening remarks.
Rodney Lucas, Interim Assistant County Administrator. This item was approved by Planning Commission on May 12th for a 2-year period. May 12th, 2025. The commission,
Yeah, the city planning commission.
the planning commission?
Sorry.
Okay. Sorry about that. But basically, for a 2-year period with conditions, there's approximately 17 conditions.
Okay. All right, thank you. I'll ask the petitioner to come forward, or the representative, to make some remarks. I'm sorry.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is
I'm
Melissa.
sorry. Just give me one moment. And you can have a seat. We may not need you. Council, can you please clarify for the commission, what this action represents?
Yeah, sure. Yes, Mayor. The special use permit was already granted by the commission. This is simply publicizing the permit and the conditions therein. And so this is really just a logistical step that the commission needs to approve because you've already approved the special use permit to take effect. It just needs, and I'm not sure why we don't do these together, but it's, you're not approving the special use permit, you're just approving the publication thereof. This is administrative in nature, so I don't believe the public normally comments on this.
Okay, so, just to recap, our council advised us that this has already been approved by the commission. What is going to be approved tonight is to authorize the publication of what this commission has already approved, moving forward. So, there's really no discussion that needs to be had as far as the petitioner, making any type of, advocating for application that's already been done. Staff needs the approval of this commission to publicize what was approved for record. And so, Commissioner Lopez.
Yeah, no, the only reason why I pulled this is I just wanted to vote on this individual by itself for my district. So that's the only reason why I pulled it.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Kane, move for approval.
Davis, second.
There's a motion second. Clerk, roll call.
Roll call, Stites.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows. Townsend.
Aye.
Burns.
Aye.
Hill.
Aye.
Kane.
Aye.
Lopez.
No.
Eight's okay. Motion carries.
Okay, thank you. That takes us to the planning and zoning non-consent agenda. And Clerk, I'm going to ask you to read the first item, special use permits in its entirety, please.
Special use permit application 8.1.1 SP 2024-088. Jesus Santoya, special use permit to keep pigeons at 2542 South 12th Terrace. Recommended for approval by a vote of 6-1 for 2 years.
Mr. Lucas, representing planning, if you would, just some brief remarks in regards to this.
Yes, sir. Planning Commission voted 6-1 to recommend approval of special permit application for SP 2024-088 for 2 years with conditions for this. It's approximately 18 conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Lucas. I believe we have the petitioner at the podium. Please state your name and your residence for the record.
Jesus Santoyo, 2542 South, 12 Terrace, Kansas City, Kansas.
And you can make some remarks as what you're advocating for. You can speak. He would need to give his name and address as well.
Mine too?
Yes.
It'll be Brian Santoyo, 2542 South 12th Street, Clarence.
You can make your case.
I'm here to speak for my dad. It's about the pigeons, about the, what's it called? The permit use. I think we got it approved last time.
I guess the question, what would you like? What are you asking this commission to do?
If we're able to keep this, I think the coop, I think that was a problem. Cause last time we said, you guys had We were trying to see if, for the second coop, if we could just keep that one.
When you say that, can you be more clear? When you talk about keep this one, I mean, what are you actually talking about?
¿De qué?
¿Cómo que quieres que te diga?
¿De qué estamos preguntando?
Pues que queremos pues que nos dejen la.
They raise pigeons and they race them, Mayor, and they're part of a multi-state
Pigeon loft. Yeah, it's like a fraternity. We race them, and then they go out to Florida, Texas, all over the state. It's like a pigeon union. It's here in the United States.
So
We're
what do you-
registered and
So
stuff.
what are you asking this commission to, what are you trying to do?
To be able to keep our pigeon coops.
Okay.
If we can get the permit to keep that. Because I think we got approved to have the birds, but now we just need the approval to have the coops, the buildings.
Have you agreed to the conditions with staff?
I think they just have to be certain feet away from houses and property, and there's measurements in a paper. Everything's already measured. They're where they're supposed to be and everything.
Okay.
Pues no, los vecinos no tenemos problemas.
And then-
Nunca hemos tenido problemas con nadie.
Okay.
And then we have had other neighbors reach out to us that have talked to us. I think they reached out to somebody here that they have sent mails and emails that, you know, that they like them, that they don't have any problems with them, and that they like them too. They like seeing them when they drive past and everything.
Okay.
Fuimos a un club y
All right.
registrados
Okay.
aquí.
Okay. Thank you.
Espérate.
I'll open the public hearing. Clerk, have you received any notifications from the public who wish to express their comments in favor of the item?
No comments were received.
Is there anyone joining us virtually, clerk, who'd like to speak in favor of the item?
No hands are raised.
Is there anyone present who'd like to speak in favor of the item? Okay, clerk, have you received any notifications from the public who wish to speak, who wish to express their comments in opposition to the item?
No comments received.
Is there anyone present who would like to speak in opposition to the item? Clerk, is anyone joining us virtually who'd like to speak in opposition to the item?
No hands are raised.
Okay. Petitioner, do you have some closing comments?
What was that?
You have some last words?
Oh,
last
no, that'll be
remarks?
it. Yeah, that'll be it.
All right. Questions from the commission? Commissioner Burrows? I'm sorry. We are now closing the public hearing for the record. Commissioner Lopez, I'm sorry.
Well, we just wanting to ask the petitioner about if they've reached out to our health department.
Can you repeat that question, Commissioner?
Yeah, Mr. Centoya, are you Centoya?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So has the health department been notified? Have the health department have they contacted you about this? How many pigeons are you?
No, the health department has not contacted us.
Okay, because you do know that influenza is spread through pigeons and the
Yeah,
bird
but-
flu. So I mean, and how many pigeons are you wanting to?
There's 40, and they're not sick. They compete, so they have to be like healthy birds, or else we
No,
can't.
I get that, but what if you take it to a race and somebody else's pigeon's sick? And then all of a sudden the whole neighborhood's sick?
Dile que
That's
estamos
my
en-
concern.
Pertenecemos a una unión entre Estados Unidos, los animales los tenemos controlados.
They're controlled. I mean, I get it that they do come in contact with other birds, but we know when a bird gets sick, and there's medicine to cure birds and everything.
Los tenemos separados para que no
And then we
tener de
we have buckets where they shower, so all their stuff they have, they're pretty clean birds.
Separamos hembras.
Right, I know, I'm just saying that this is a concern that, that's just my only concern. I get you're racing the pigeons, I totally get that, but this is how influenza gets spread as well. And it's a very concern for me. That's just something I don't know if the health department is aware. Just like, I think what, you know what I mean? That's just, it's just a concern right now.
Yeah, I mean, if we could take a pigeon to the vet and have it get checked out too, to show you guys that.
All 40 of them?
I mean,
¿Qué sí que?
no, I don't know.
Dímela.
I know, it's just something that we need to discuss maybe, a little more. Yeah, that's just my concern right now.
Las palomas pueden tener así como un virus o algo.
Thank you. And maybe legal can answer this question. I don't know. just in regards to Commissioner Lopez's question, is there an active ordinance or a policy from the health department that would be subject to their request or be a part of their request? I'm not sure of that. And was that taken into consideration? I don't even know if that was a question posed by the Planning Commission, but I don't know if there's a specific policy or ordinance that's governing pigeons and for whatever activities. I'm not sure.
Mayor, I've not researched it, but the only duty I'm aware of without doing the research that the health department is responsible for in regards to animals is having animals that are suspected of having rabies sent off to the state for testing. That's the only animal contact that I'm aware of.
And so, and maybe that's a question for this commission to consider moving forward as far as a resolution or an ordinance to address these. It might be one of those blind spots, according to Commissioner Lopez's concern that staff could do some further research on our legal department to make sure that if we have these kind of issues as part of the process of these applicants, those can be taken into consideration. So I just wanted to put that out there. Commissioner Burrows.
Thank you, Mayor. Are you two building a new coop?
No.
You have a coop presently?
Yeah.
And it's within the 30 feet line. It's 20 feet by the drawing. It is supposed to be a minimum of 25 or a maximum of 25. So you're at, I'm looking at the coop in the back. You have only 20 feet there and the ordinance says 25. Is that what I'm reading correctly, staff? I'm looking at number 6 and number 7 within the guidelines.
I know that Commissioner Burrows, Mayor
Yes.
Gardner, that they did receive ask for a variance, and then also on condition number 3, they are to contact animal control to see if there's any additional measures needed in keeping pigeons on the property. It was mentioned in some of the conditions there, but we'll make sure we follow up with health department and animal control.
Well, I guess
Appreciate you bringing that up to us.
the question I would have is you have applied for an SUP to, or a variance, I'm sorry, a variance to let the coop be closer to the house than what the ordinance state, and that was approved. Is that correct?
Yes, it is item 6, section 7-175, exceptions of the animals and the distance from the house. So it's in here.
Gentlemen, I just want to ensure that you have the support to do what it is you want to do and you understand what it is we're requesting of you to do.
Yes.
If you're not going to build a coop, you don't need a building permit.
No, it's already there. We just didn't know that we needed to get one.
In reading the requirements, I seen in there that there was a building permit required, but if you're not building a coop, you don't need a requirement, a permit. But you're within the 25-foot zone, and if you've been allowed the variance, then I don't know really what the issue is unless it's the health of the animal that is the concern. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Stites.
Stites District 7. So Commissioner Burke, you actually hit it. Is this y'all's drawing?
Yes, sir.
Your draw, your,
Yes.
okay. And then, so how many times a week do these pigeons take showers or baths, you said?
¿Cuántas veces al mes sale? A bañarse. Once or twice a week.
Really?
Depends.
And they get in a bucket or they weren't no shower cap?
It's
or
a
nothing
big
that,
like
right?
container, and we fill it up, and then we put chemicals that it helps, that's for that, and then they do it themselves. They just jump in there. We don't touch them. They just jump in there and do it.
Self-bathing pigeons.
Like you've seen ducks. You
I
know how
like
ducks
it.
Go in the water.
Okay.
That's what. Yeah.
All right. Sounds like they're well-trained. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Bynum.
Thank you. Question, I forgot, how many pigeons?
40.
40. Is it possible that we could make it a condition of approval that in collaboration with our planning staff, they reach out to the health department for some definitive answer about whether, not animal control, the health department. It's already in there? It says animal control.
It said animal control, not the health, that when Commissioner Lopez brought up health, that was a great point. But I don't see, I was scanning through this, the 17 things, and I didn't see that. I only saw contact animal control regarding any additional measures. Well, that was item 3.
And what I'm asking for is, I would be willing to make a motion to approve with an added condition that with the assistance of our planning staff, contact is made with the health department for a determination of any health impacts of having the pigeons on the property. That would be my motion.
Okay, before I accept that motion, question, and maybe Mr. House, you can answer that. Before I accept that motion, it seems like that might raise a question with what our council advised is the scope and span of authority of our health department. I don't know if that falls under their purview or not, because I'm also hearing animal control, and I know they handle animals just from my experience on the police department. So I just want to make sure, Commissioner Bynum, that wherever we're going with this, that we're reaching out to the right department within the unified government to be able to address the concerns of you and Commissioner Lopez.
I don't know. I don't believe the health department addresses these matters, but I don't know. I think I don't think it's going beyond the initial, too far beyond the initial conditions to add in and health department with the animal control. And if they're not the proper department, then it ends there. That would just be a call in confirmation by staff that there's no other additional steps needed. If they don't monitor these situations or provide advice on them. And perhaps they have perhaps all it is a handout. I don't know, but it may be nothing. And
Thank you, Council. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. I might recommend that Commissioner Lopez fly this coop and go out and inspect that property to make sure everything's in order.
All right. Noted, Commissioner. Thank you. Commissioner Lopez.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify with you too. I'm not trying to be officer fun hater here. I'm just trying to protect the rest of our citizens from a possible outbreak. And I don't want to like scare everybody or nothing, but again, I don't want to be officer fun hater either, but at the same time, but yeah, I mean, I want to be in support of this 100%. It's just, there's just some concern, especially with pigeons. So yeah, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just a bit confused about Commissioner Bynum's recommendation, which sounds like it's going somewhere we need to go. Can this body hold this for a month so that we can find out what the appropriate entity is the police department, is the health department? And then once we know, what are we asking them about these pigeons? What is the end goal of that inquiry?
Are you asking me? I think between Commissioner Lopez and I, what we want to know is what is the public health danger or risk to surrounding neighbors and neighborhoods of having this quantity of wild bird in a coop in a residential area?
Good point. So then I guess my issue would be, don't we want to know that before we vote on this?
Council.
yes, Mike Farley has pointed out to me that the public health department does get notice of all applications when they come in. So if they had a concern, they would have contacted planning at that time. So.
Okay. Yeah, because those are good inquiries, but I'm just thinking that's what we would want to know that before we vote, but apparently there was no concern. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner King.
I think sometimes we dig so far in the weeds, we can't dig ourselves out. I don't even know how long we've been talking about this. They got 6-1 approval. We now have confirmation that if there was an issue, they'd already be there. My wife lived over here at 1222 Grandview, and the next door neighbors had pigeons forever. So there's an approval already for 6-1. Mayor, I make a motion to approve this just as written.
Second.
Okay, before I can entertain your motion and your second, Commissioner Bynum also had a motion. I didn't recognize that, but as professional courtesy, Commissioner Bynum, what would you like to do? Okay. Commissioner Bynum, clerk, could you note that for the record? And there's a motion and a second to approve this as it is written. Any further discussion? Seeing none, clerk, roll call.
Roll call. Stites?
Aye.
Davis?
Aye.
Bynum?
Aye.
Burrows?
Aye.
Townsend?
Aye.
Burns?
Aye.
Hill?
No.
Kane? Lopez?
No.
The vote is 7-2. The motion carries.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. That's the end of the planning and zoning agenda. And so I'm going to transition us from that part. And now we're going to go to the regular consent agenda. Do any members of the commission or the county administrator's office wish to set aside any item on the regular consent agenda? If an item is not set aside, all items on the regular consent agenda will be voted on by one vote. Commissioner Bynum?
Thank you. I would move to approve all items on the consent agenda.
Davis, second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, clerk, roll call.
Roll call. Stites? Davis?
Aye.
Bynum?
Aye.
Burrows?
Aye.
Townsend?
Aye.
Burns?
Aye.
Hill?
Aye.
Kane? Lopez?
No.
Vote is 8-1. The motion carries.
Okay, that takes us to a public hearing. Clerk, you want to read that in its entirety?
Public hearing, commission action related to the American Royal Project. Item 1, conduct a public hearing to receive comments regarding the creation of the American Royal Community Improvement District and levy a sales tax within the district. Element 2, approve an ordinance authorizing the creation of the American Royal Community Improvement District and levy a CID sales tax within the district. On April 24th, 2025, the Board of Commissioners voted 8-1 to adopt a resolution R3125 to set the public hearing.
Chelsea?
Thank you, Mayor, members of the commission. Chelsea Chisholm, Economic Development Director. As the clerk stated, on April 24th, the commissioners approved a development agreement that also contemplated the creation of a community improvement district. That CID was considered even in the original development agreement with the American Royal. So first item here is conducting the public hearing to receive public comment on the creation of the American Royal Community Improvement District and levy a 1% sales tax within the district. Following completion of the public hearing, there is an ordinance for the commissioner's consideration that would then create the American Royal CID and authorize that levying of a 1% CID sales tax.
Okay, thank you. At this time, I will open the meeting up for public comment. You will be given up to 3 minutes to state your comments. Before speaking, please be sure you announce your name and residence for the record. Comments should be limited to the topic at hand. Clerk, do we have anyone who has submitted written comments?
No written comments received.
Clerk, do we have anyone in the chambers who has signed up to speak?
We have no one who has signed up to speak.
Thank you. Clerk, Madam Clerk, do we have anyone online with their hands raised?
No hands are raised.
Thank you. Clerk, I will now, thank you. I will now close the public hearing. Is there any members of the commission have any questions or comments? Thank you. Thank you. I apologize. Moved right on down the agenda here. I've moved to those. Is there anyone present who would like to speak in opposition to this project? Is there anyone present who would like to speak to this project in opposition? Is there anyone online?
No hands are raised.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is any written comments?
No comments were received.
Thank you. I will now close the public hearing. Do any members of the commission have any questions or comments?
Thank you, Commissioner Burrows and Commissioner Bynum.
Just a question. I'm trying to find it in my packet, but the map, is there any way we can see the map, please, of this contemplate? Thank you. That's it. So the square on the left is the potential festival, and the road above the bigger red area is the expanded Delaware Parkway. Do I have that right? No. Please describe the boundaries of this area.
That is American Royal Way.
Oh, okay. But we're looking at State Avenue, 118th Street on the west. I don't know what the eastern street is. And the northern boundary is located approximately where? Thank you.
Jackie McClaskey, President and CEO of the American Royal. Previous plans of the roads, the northern boundary on the red square on the left would be the extension of Delaware Parkway if
Okay.
it were to ever extend
Gotcha.
past 118th.
Okay.
So you can imagine a connection there. But of course, that will be up to the folks, you all working with the folks north of our property.
Okay.
But that would be that. And then the red square is the only part of the potential festival grounds that would be within the Starbond district.
Okay. So the CID area is entirely
It is-
American Royal.
That is correct. It
Okay,
is
thank-
only the property on which we are developing, none
Thank
of
you
our
very
neighborhood
much.
property.
I wanted to clarify that. That's the only question I had, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Stites.
Stites District 7. So it's 1%, but was that for the full length of the CID? 10 years?
22 years.
22. Okay.
That's right.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
Okay. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Second Bynum.
Motion second, clerk roll call.
Roll call. Stites.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
Burns.
Aye.
Hill.
Aye.
Kane.
Aye.
Lopez.
Aye.
Motion carries 9-0.
Okay, thank you. Clerk, takes us to the standing committee agenda. Item number 11.1. Can you read that?
Standing Committee Agenda, Item 11.1, Resolution. A resolution extending the completion date of the paving and striping improvements required at Legends West Lawn, or alternatively, establishes certain deadlines for the redevelopment of the parcel located at 1824 Village West Parkway. Additionally, the Sixth Amendment contemplates repairs and improvements to the common areas of the project prior to April 1, 2026. On April 28th, 2025, the Economic Development and Finance Committee, chaired by Commissioner Burrows, voted 4-2 to approve and forward to full commission.
Thank you, clerk. I'll ask the standing committee chair, Commissioner Burrows, to make some remarks.
Thank you, Mayor. There was much discussion in reference to this. This is an issue about the condition of the ongoing condition and concerns dealing with the Legends area. Staff and myself had visited the site. This also brings into question the $500,000 fee that is associated to the gravel parking lot next to the Monarch Stadium that has come into question over the years. There was a point in time that they were supposed to pave that. If not, they were to pay the $500,000. This $500,000 will now be put into an account, and if they don't pave it as stated, then it reverts back to the unified government. Those funds can be utilized within the UG's general fund during this time. It can even draw interest. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll leave it up to the committee as to what decision they make this evening in reference to supporting the additional monies that's being requested by the Legends to fulfill their obligation to keep that place pleasant and what I would call standard for a shopping mall in our community. Mayor, the question was, what was the vote? I don't remember the vote that evening, but for it to, do you remember, Madam?
The vote was 4-2.
4-2, thank you. I know there was much discussion, Mayor, and there was concern. They had been before us 30 days before that, and there were many questions posed. The conferee was a different conferee the night they appeared before committee, but we did send a strong message that we do value the Legends. We do want to see it continue to be a destination location. We were concerned about some of the ongoing conditions of the facility. The parking lot needed some work. There's some paint work that needs to be done. The concrete needs to be addressed. And we had that discussion, and I believe the conferee is here to address those questions should they come forward tonight.
Okay. Any questions from the commission? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Move for approval.
Motion, second, clerk roll call.
Roll call. Stites?
No.
Davis?
No.
Bynum?
Aye.
Burrows?
No.
Townsend?
Aye.
Burns?
Aye.
Hill?
Aye.
Kane? Lopez?
No.
The vote is 5-4. Motion fails. Oh, Mayor? Oh, Mayor.
Aye. Aye.
Thank you. 6-4, the motion carries.
Thank you. That takes us to the administrator's agenda. Clerk, can you read that in its entirety? There's several items on the administrator's agenda, so we're going to go through them. Clerk, if you can read the first item.
First item, resolution appointing Matthew Willard as the Wyandotte County Appraiser for the period of July 1, 2025 through June 30, 2029.
All right, I'm going to allow our acting county administrator to make some opening remarks.
All right, thank you, Mayor. The recommendation of the county administrator is to reappoint Matt Willard as the county appraiser. So under state law, this board appoints the county appraiser who serves a 4-year term. The appraiser is by design independent and charged with assessing the fair market value of property on an annual basis. They operate under the rules and oversight of the Kansas Department of Revenue. And KDOR has certified that our appraiser's office has met the state standards for fair commercial and residential appraisals for several years now. I'd say in addition, Mr. Willard and the appraiser's office have undertaken extensive public outreach. They've held meetings every year across the community to explain the appraisal process and given people information, not just on how to appeal, but actually encouraging them to do just that, to appeal their property and go through that process. They operate with a sense of fairness and impartiality and a high degree of professionalism. And upon that basis, the county administrator recommends the reappointment of Mr. Willard for a 4-year term starting in July of 2025 through 2029.
Bynum, motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, I believe Commissioner Kane has a question
Oh,
before
sorry.
I recognize us.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't ever remember doing this before.
Council?
This has come before the commission before.
Okay.
Under state law, the
Yes.
board does appoint up for a 4-year term. So previously it was Kathy Briney. She left prior to the end of her second term, I believe. Mr. Willard stepped in, finished her term, and then was reappointed.
Yes, so the prior one was not a complete 4-year term.
Okay, Commissioner Burrows.
Thank you, Mayor. I would just like to state, I think this is a good appointment. I've attended a majority of the presentations Mr. Willard made throughout the community in reference to property tax and appraisals and the process. He has represented the unified government in a very professional manner. I believe has educated the public about the process necessary. And I believe that's what we need of staff. And I support this motion. I believe that he's well worth the nomination.
Commissioner Lopez.
Yeah, I just want to say that I've met with Matt Willard on a lot of things, and he does his job very, very well. So he's a good guy that we have.
Thank you. Any further discussion? I believe there's a motion. Was there a second?
There is.
Motion second. Clerk, roll call.
Roll call. Stites.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
Burns.
Aye.
Hill.
Aye.
Kane.
Aye.
Lopez.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Willard.
Congratulations.
Okay. The next item, clerk, could you read that?
Item 12.2, resolution seeking approval for the unified government to enter into an agreement with the downtown shareholders as contracting entity for the Schmid to provide additional KCK PD patrols for public safety purposes.
I'll ask our acting county administrator to make some remarks.
I'm going to hand this one over to council, to Ms. Meyer, on that one and stand for questions.
Sure. Thank you, Casey Meyer, Legal Department. We also have Don Ratan from Downtown Shareholders and Major George Sims from Kansas City, Kansas Police Department. So this is a resolution seeking your approval of an MOU between the unified government and Downtown Shareholders. Downtown Shareholders is the contracting entity for the Schmid. And the agreement that you would be approving is a 6-month agreement from June 16th through December 31st, 2025 for one on-duty police officer with a marked patrol unit, patrol the Schmid Monday through Friday during the hours of 10:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. as staffing and resources allow. Also, to provide one on-duty police officer with a marked patrol unit to patrol the Schmid Monday through Friday during the hours of 5:30 p.m. to 10:30 p.m. as staffing and resources allow. Additionally, we will provide an on-duty police officer to patrol the Schmid with marked patrol units during special events or during weekends when requested within 72 hours notice by downtown shareholders as staffing and resources allow. And then if staffing numbers do not permit the police department to be able to provide on-duty police during those time periods, then we will notify the downtown shareholders as soon as we are able to. In exchange for the provision of those on-duty patrols, the downtown shareholders will reimburse the unified government at a rate of $50 per hour per officer, and they will pay that invoice within 30 days. And like I said before, this agreement is in effect from June 16th, 2025 through December 31st, 2025. And we are considering perhaps an additional agreement after that time period, but we need to do some more work on that before we get there. So if you have questions, we have, Don, if you just want to comment about why we needed this, then you can talk to Don. I can also do it, but Major Sims can do that too.
Okay. Thank you. We have questions. Commissioner Bynum.
Thank you. I had sent some questions earlier today, and you probably saw that email. And Dr. Mosier, who I think is the chair of the SMID board, had answered that with regard to the officers, that they are working overtime. They would be on overtime. And I just want to clarify, they're on duty. So they're working for the police department. They're just working overtime.
Right. So they're on duty, and the reason it's important to
to clarify that they're on duty is because they are able then to use our marked patrol units and our SUVs. If they're off duty, they don't get to use our city resources like that.
Okay.
So they're on duty patrol and we are getting reimbursed at an overtime rate.
And that is our correct and current overtime rate for an
It's actually slightly higher than our current overtime rate, so it definitely covers our overtime rate for all of our officers.
And so what I've been wrapping my head around is the downtown parcel owners in that district pay 8.8 additional mills on their property taxes. And we're going to use some of the additional money that they have agreed to pay our police department. And so the overtime that's being referenced is not currently budgeted, I guess. Does that make sense?
It is.
It's not budgeted within the budget of our KCKPD.
I don't know KCK, but Schmidt is budgeted.
Right, it's budgeted in the SMID.
Correct.
So this is an extra on-duty officer, so
Right.
there's already an on-duty officer that patrols that area, and this is in addition to. And so as far as it being budgeted, it's more of a staffing issue as far as being able to have a full-time
Right.
officer available. This is not necessarily a full-time officer. This is going to be kind of a specially placed on-duty officer for
Okay.
this 6-month period.
Okay. I'm just trying to make sure I understand because again, these property owners are paying almost 9 additional mills on their tax bill to have this. And if that's satisfactory, that we're going to use our police department resources for that, that's fine, as long as I realize that what you're stating in the contract says as available, not necessarily even guaranteed that they will be there. They will be there as they are available. That's what the contract language sounds like.
Briefly, and that is standard, I beg your pardon, George Sims, for Chief Oakman and the Police Department. Yes, that's pretty much standard for all of our extra duty assignments that we have and as available. We haven't had any difficulty historically filling these special assignments and special patrols.
Good.
It would be strange that we would. However, the as available could also cover an instance. From time to time, we might have an emergency of such substance during their tour of duty that it basically draws in all of our available police resources to deal with one thing.
Right.
And that's rare, but it does happen, and that would cover that sort of circumstance.
And sir, while you're there, one of the questions that I had asked earlier today with Dr. Mosier was, did you bring by chance the crime data? Because he references multiple times in his email the skyrocketing. He used the word skyrocketing crime rates downtown. And so I had asked is somebody available to present that data?
There wasn't time to get that data available for this. I can speak to it briefly as this was in my area of responsibility for several years in patrol. And there hasn't been a workday gone by that we haven't been up there in some capacity, if for nothing else than occasional watches. And when historically some of the old data that we put together, this is definitely shown to be an area of high call for service activity, but also high call for service of a particular type. So when you look at the general deployment of police resources, we always go to the places where there are the most critical calls for service in volume. We need somebody to be able to respond when you call and say somebody's looking in windows or have shots fired in the area. Whereas a lot of the activity that we participate in or that we do in this area in particular that we're discussing is more of a low level offenses and presence and supervision of activity of the people that choose to spend their time there during the day.
Just one thing I would also add.
Can you state your name, please?
My name is Dawn Rattan and I'm with the Downtown Shareholders. I'm the interim executive director. One thing I would also add is, as you saw, Attorney Casey,
talked about the hours, and there's two windows that we have designated. We decided on those windows based off of the crime activity. And our current security services end in the early evening. This is also going to enable us to have 4 to 5 more hours of security into the evening, and that is when the crime picks up, according to Chief Oakman. So we did discuss that, and it was a lot of discussion about the hours in which that happens. So you'll see it ends at 2:30, then it picks back up again at 5:30 and goes to 10:30.
Thanks very much. And I want to say that I appreciate you being here in the interim role and the things that you are doing to try to help bring around revitalization in the downtown area. And I'm not against the proposal, and I work downtown every single day. So I recognize the challenges that we're facing, and the organizations that I have worked for the last 20 years of the existence of downtown shareholders have been members, and I am currently a member of downtown shareholders. So I am not trying to be antagonistic. I'm trying to make sure I understand what we're doing. And my last question, Mayor, unless I think of another one, is downtown shareholders is the party with whom the unified government has an agreement.
Yes.
Downtown shareholders and the unified government have an agreement in place to provide the activities of the SMID. Downtown shareholders has been in a contractual agreement with Simmons for safe and secure and clean for a very long time. And I don't know that those contracts between downtown shareholders and your provider were things that had to come to the unified government for ratification. And so I need Casey to explain, why is this different? And why does this require ratification of the commission when it's a contract between a nonprofit entity?
Right, so the closest thing I can analogize it to is like our SRO agreements with school districts. The SMID is a taxing entity and they are a municipality under the statute. And so because the unified government is a municipality and the SMID, even though it's kind of under the umbrella, is its own, in accordance with KSA, where's you? 122908, to comply with that, it needs to be approved by the commission.
So are you saying that all the previous contractual relationships that downtown shareholders had with the previous safety provider were also brought here for
No,
ratification?
no.
Or it's because it's with our police department?
It's because the police department is a department of the
Okay.
unified government, and that's why we need you to approve the agreement. Previously with Simmons, that's a private entity, and so you would not have had to
They
approve
could
that.
make those agreements between themselves.
That's right.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. And just a little context, how we got here today was a concern from Security Bank, and I believe that was last year. Several commissioners were at these meetings. I called several special meetings of community members, downtown shareholders, SMID, businesses, and they addressed their concerns. The call to action that went out to the chief, our sheriff, and some of our UG staff was to come up with a plan along with the downtown shareholders. And what you're seeing today is just a piece of that call to action that I gave them. Due to the complaints of loitering, disorderly conduct, several noted illicit acts, the chief brought out the crime stats to the meetings and shared those with the group. As well as we talked about the complaints from several businesses of urination, defecation, indecent exposure, a lot of disorderly conduct type of behavior outside of loitering and littering and those types of things. And so a part of that, I believe that the police department took that information, working with community policing, they did a CEPTED, working with the businesses and working with downtown shareholders. And this is at least their piece of what they came up with to try and address the issues in our downtown. You got to remember, our downtown it's not a big downtown, but it is our city center. And sometimes it's not so much the crime, but it's the perception of crime coming into our downtown. Just my background dealing with policing and actually dealing with some of those same issues when I was on the police department as a deputy chief, and having to personally go out and address some of those concerns because we didn't have the manpower. It's one of those things that I believe that downtown shareholders and working the police department felt that this was the best practice to move forward, to have actually uniformed police officers with arrest powers, being able to better address some of those issues that we're dealing with in that area. I can also tell you, going back years, there was a time, I believe in the 90s and the 80s, where the unified government actually had a patrol that patrolled Minnesota Avenue, State Avenue, and the street just to the south, excuse me if my memory's off, from basically 3rd Street to 10th Street. And we had basically 2 shifts that patrolled, well, actually 3 shifts that overlapped and patrolled during those type of hours that Ms. Rattan talked about that were high calls for service. And so I believe that the police department, working with downtown shareholders, is trying to get back to having that uniform presence to better be able to address some of those issues and to take the appropriate police action with actual trained, sworn, certified law enforcement officers that have the ability to handle situations in a way that the police department and downtown holders should believe that would be beneficial in improving the quality of life and the atmosphere in our city center, in our downtown. And that also coincides with a grant that I know our transportation director talked about on reconfiguring 7th in Minnesota, that site there, as well as some things that will be coming before this body that hopefully can bring about some additional enhancements when you talk about open windows theory, not open windows, but the broken windows theory, excuse me, with some of the crime concerns and the perception of crime that goes along our avenue. And so I'm excited about this, and I appreciate the work that you all have put in working with our police department. And I can tell you, just from my experience as well, usually when you offer overtime to police officers, they do it by seniority, and they usually sign up pretty quick and get that overtime because they want to work those extra hours. And so thank you. Commissioner Davis.
Thank you. I just want to kind of wrap my head around this. As Commissioner Bynum was kind of going through her thought process, similar questions kind of came up. And again, our downtown is kind of the face, it's the front door of our community. And I don't think, at least since I've been elected, that we have really landed on a solid vision for downtown KCK, particularly for the downtown shareholders. I think we're on our third, I think you're our third, at least since I've been elected. I got elected in 21. And so I know there's a lot of moving parts there, but just want to get some questions out of the way so I understand what this is. So no additional officer is being hired due to this. This is just as you need it, and if it's available, this will be offered for these specific time windows during the week, and then upon the 72-hour request on the weekend, or 72-hour notice for request for the weekend. Is that accurate?
This will be work that we will want on a daily basis through the contract or the MOU, December 31st of 2025.
Okay, gotcha. But this would it would not be an additional officer being hired just solely for this purpose. Okay. Okay. And then I saw the hours, so 10:30 to 2:30, and then picks up again 5:30 to 10:30 during the week, and then none on the weekends unless there's a request for special events. Was there a particular reason why those hours, why not kind of a typical 9 to 5 or kind of upon request? Was there a rhyme or reason for the hour selection?
Yes, that was when we were reviewing the crime data And we said, is there a certain window when we see an uptick? And what we currently have ends in the early evening. And so Chief Oathman said that yes, after people go home, you'll see an uptick in crime. So one advantage we're getting out of this is we're getting additional hours into the evening. Also, you know, when you talk about the vision of downtown, we want people from all over to come to downtown and feel safe. And that includes the bars, live music, et cetera, that goes into the later evening, or the lunch hour when people want to come in and eat at our restaurants. So it incorporates some of those windows of times where we're likely to have people come into the downtown that don't live and work there, but will bring their dollars and their money to us.
Gotcha. Do you all plan on communicating this new initiative to the property owners and in the homes and businesses
Yes, we
in
do.
downtown?
Yes, we
Okay.
do.
Gotcha. I also know that, and my memory might be off here, but I believe on the kind of second iteration of ARPA dollars, we also were going to purchase either a vehicle or something for downtown patrol. Can somebody just provide some context? Is that happening as well? Is that in conjunction with this effort? Because I thought we were also putting some additional investment on downtown security.
Just talking to the chief, those items have been purchased.
Okay.
I'm not sure, and maybe Deputy Chief can speak to exactly. I know as part of this agreement, in agreements with that I know I've done in the past, I'm not on the police department, I'm just going off my background.
Sure.
That usually when we get these agreements, we apply patrol vehicles. That could be the new ATVs, I believe that the chief has purchased, or it could be a actual patrol vehicle. I'm not sure what the chief has decided on as far as this initiative.
I believe it's his intent to use the side-by-sides for this patrol job.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
We have two new side-by-sides. I'm not sure the
Sure.
The
term,
ATV
but they're
side.
like
Okay.
the small
Okay.
trucks.
Mhm.
And those are going to be used for this or deployed for this patrol activity, at least intermittently. We'll probably have our regular patrol vehicles involved as well. I don't believe we have a plan on using ATVs for this particular deployment.
Okay, gotcha. Because I know that one of the reasons why it was introduced to us was to help with that particular concern. For the SMID, I do want to make sure, what's you all's budget this year?
The budget.
And you
this
can
year-
ballpark it. I didn't mean to put you on the spot.
It's approximately, we have $210,000 allocated for cleaning, I'm sorry, for security. And then, gosh, I don't want to misspeak, but I can get that information to you.
Oh, you did? Okay. Cool.
It's yeah, it was attached in one of the documents. I'm just trying to find it.
Yeah, no, you're good. So thank you. But we have it, so that's fine. And I saw that this is for 6 months. And so is the intention for this to be a pilot?
Yes.
Or okay, so this is kind of, we're going to see how it works, and if we need to extend it, that's fine.
Yes.
My last question is, and correct me if I'm wrong, the SMID itself does have an expiration date, meaning there will need to be some sort of renewal process. Can you just provide an update on what that will entail? And if that is coming here soon?
I'm sorry, I was talking to Deputy Chief
You're good.
Sims, apologizing, I called him Major, but also talking to him about this. So you're asking what the process would be for renewal past December 2025?
Yeah, just what's the timeline? Are we talking for the SMID?
Right. Oh, the SMID is every 10 years and it expires at the end of 2026. And the contract with downtown shareholders also expires at the end of 2026.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And if I can add a little more clarity, and it was a good question by Commissioner Davis, and correct me if I'm wrong, Deputy Chief Sims, but a lot of times when you assign patrols, police patrols to certain areas, you look at the reports, you look at the calls of service, and really what that data, that empirical data will tell you is when the need is greatest. And so you put the resources during the times in the areas where the need is greatest, and that's how you really do that, through the data that they collect through reports and calls for services. And Deputy Chief, I don't know if you want to add to that.
I won't. I mean, you're correct. That's generally the kind of model that we use when we decide what kind of deployments we have. I will say that we did take a push at this area in particular that we're discussing in April and May, and during a 2-week period, logged about just shy of 200 contacts, 191, I believe. And during that time, there was 46 arrests, mostly for nuisance violation, or I say that like drinking in public, loitering, urination, things of that nature. And and that's, sometimes we, from time to time, we do a special enforcement operation, or we do a shorter, longer term push on a particular area where we have a high incidence of a particular kind of problem. But none of that is inconsistent with our experience in this zone over a longer period of time.
Thank you, Deputy Chief. And I also make all our officers on the Kansas City Police Department, I believe they're CIT trained as well.
Yes, I can't give you but it's probably close to 90%.
90%.
Yeah, we bid that training out, and we make everybody eligible to come back after they've been out of the academy at least 6 months to come and participate in CIT training. So we always have a class that's out, doing FTO. And then once they finish that phase, then that group will become eligible to come in and become CIT trained as well. So we typically hover around 90% for that reason.
Do we still have co-responders?
Yes, we have a day and evening co-responder, plus we also collaborate with the Sheriff's Department. They have one now as well.
And why that's so important, when you talk about bringing in actual uniformed police officers that are trained, what we learned in law enforcement, or when I was in law enforcement, is that you can't arrest your way out of all these problems. And so you better train your officers to be able to deal and de-escalate situations and get individuals that may be in crisis or dealing with other issues to the appropriate resources that can help mitigate, de-escalate, and abate the problem in a way that officers don't keep getting repeat calls to that location. And so that's another benefit of having uniformed, trained, sworn police officers at that location. So thank you for those questions, Commissioner Davis. Commissioner Burrows.
Thank you, Mayor. And just for clarification, this isn't a duplication of security. The former firm is no longer being utilized, correct?
The former firm will be utilized for cleaning only.
And they didn't have arrest powers if they encountered activity that was brought forward in our discussion this evening.
When they encountered those activities, they called the KCK police.
So I know that we have, as the mayor stated, he has convened a couple of meetings and dealing with some of the questionable activities has gone on downtown. I do know that there has been an ordinance dealing with loitering and camping that'll be coming forward to hopefully help assist in addressing some of the concerns that we have downtown. I commend you for reaching out and getting off our police officers who do have arrest power. The visibility within the community and within that area will go a long way. So, and I appreciate stepping up and partnering with the police department, but more or less partnering with all of us that have concerns. I know the present commissioner that represents that area and myself receive a lot of calls and a lot of questions, and I'm just really pleased to see the action you're taking this evening.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I believe that the legal's still working on that. They were doing some research on what I believe other municipalities had in regards to ordinances that could reinforce and give our law enforcement authorities additional tools to better address some of those issues. So that will be forthcoming. Commissioner Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. In my estimation, I think one of the big beneficiary of this type of thing will be the junior college when they're up and running. My question is, has anyone approached them about contributing money to maybe even reinforce some of this? After all, they're on a county-wide levy. They have the money. And they're the beneficiary of this, one of the big ones.
I can answer that briefly, just on my knowledge, working with them again. They have their own police department, and I believe they are certified as well. So you will have those additional resources in that area. Basically, I believe their jurisdiction will be limited to their campus. It's no different. I believe when I was on the police department, Ms. Myers also worked when KU Police, KU took over the old EPA building downtown at 6th in Minnesota or 5th in Minnesota. She worked on the MOU as well, and actually their police officers have the same type of authorities where they can patrol because they are sworn law enforcement officers in and around the areas around that facility. So along with the enhancement of KCKPD, you're going to have additional community college resources there that they pay for that are going to be visible and patrolling that area. I just think this is a force multiplier, but I also want to make it clear, and this is something this commission needs to think about, policing alone cannot solve the problem. There are other societal issues when you talk about housing or the lack thereof, homelessness, mental illness, addiction, individuals that may have backgrounds of felonious criminal records, recidivism, all those types of issues that are societal, that really public safety and law enforcement alone aren't trained and adequately equipped to be able to handle. So those are some issues that this commission is going to need to look at as we move through this. I can also say the fire department was also at these meetings that I convened, and their calls for service, especially at the area 7th in Minnesota, was one of their high volume calls for service locations as well. So that seems to be the epicenter of where a lot of some of this activity that a lot of the businesses and residents have complained about. But I believe with the community college coming on, Commissioner Burns, with the additional visibility of authorities, trained authorities in that area, the hope is that this is just one piece to hopefully bring about, mitigate some of the problems that we know occur in our downtown.
I just hope they have sufficient security.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Hill.
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to say I am very elated to hear about the memorandum of understanding, and I know that there is a great need. I do have one question, and I'm not sure who to ask. I'm going to go with Deputy Chief Sims. With your officer that will be at the location, because there is a possible large population of those with mental disabilities, would your person, your individual that would be there on site contact the CIT unit or something if you all ran into a situation like that, or would your officer just handle it themselves?
So that's our current practice. So it would continue. What happens is in an instance where we're dealing with somebody who's broken the law, and we believe it's in our greater interest as a community to take enforcement action, we will do that, but we'll also do a CIT referral. And then it will go into, they would notify our CIT officer who could then do some kind of a follow-up. So both of those things may be true, or they might have contact with an individual who they push towards the CIT intervention side. Or a lot of times we deal with people that have broken the law, and regardless of other issues, they're going to be handled more on the criminal justice side. Which normally it will end up in a referral as well if it's appropriate that we have a CIT issue, we believe.
Okay, thank you. I know and I appreciate the mayor for giving us a little more background. I do remember a conversation with Chief Oakman where he said there are predators among those who are, say, for instance, on 7th and Minnesota. And so this could definitely be an effort to take advantage of making the proper movements for those who are the predators, those who are extremely vulnerable. So again, I'd like to say thank you to downtown shareholders and the whole Smith team for their work, this memorandum of understanding. I'm excited to see it come into play. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll entertain a motion.
Kane, motion.
A second.
Okay. Motion to do what? Right. I got a motion to approve. I got a second. Clerk, roll call.
Roll call, Stites, Davis,
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
Burns.
Aye.
Hill.
Aye.
Kane. Lopez.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, thank you. That takes us to our next item. Clerk, can you read that for us, please?
Item 12.3, adopt an ordinance to terminate the Speedway Plaza redevelopment district, to terminate the redevelopment project plan, and to terminate tax increment financing for the Speedway Plaza redevelopment district pursuant to Home Rule Authority.
Okay, I'll turn this over to our acting county administrator, Mr. House, for the remarks.
All right, thank you, Mayor. I'm going to turn this over to our outside counsel, Todd LaSala, and Chelsea Chisholm, Director of Economic Development.
Mayor, Commissioners, Todd LaSala from Stinson. This is a proposed termination of the tax increment finance district for the plaza at the Speedway Shopping Center. You formed that district in 2006. It was pay-as-you-go for a while. You ultimately issued bonds there. The bonds have now paid off quite a while ago, actually. And the documents, your development agreement's very clear that when that happens, you can terminate the TIF. We should do that now. This issue is particularly ripe, given that this shopping center is also in the American Royal Star Bond District. You've just approved a project plan for that, and the clock has now started to run there. So very timely, very consistent with the documents. And again, you accomplished the objectives with this TIF. The project plan was satisfied, and this ordinance before you would terminate both the TIF district as well as the TIF project plan, given its sort of mission accomplished. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Bynum.
Thank you. What's the termination date of the TIF? If we vote it tonight, it terminates when?
As soon as your ordinance is published.
Okay, and so there's going to be a stretch of time during which full sales taxes are collected and remitted between this and when a star bond would take effect. Is that, am I right? And, go ahead.
Sorry. You're talking about sales tax?
Oh, okay, so this is terminating the TIF, which has nothing to do with the
It's
sales
not
tax.
really property taxes. This is about the sales tax.
This is about the sales tax,
It
which
is.
we have committed to star bonds.
That's correct.
For the Royal, and the question is there a period of time in between those two things during which we, the unified government, will fully collect city and county sales taxes, and those will go into our general fund in full?
Yes, yes.
And-
It really started when the bonds were paid off, and it will end as soon as we publish this ordinance, right? But that revenue has now been pledged to the American Royal. So it's really what we're doing is we're activating the American Royals Star Bond District, and that revenue is about to roll into that.
So there is no period of time during which the full city and county sales taxes will be collected and remitted into our general fund coffers.
Not going forward, no. Commissioner, I'm sorry if I'm confusing this
I guess
issue.
what I want to understand is you're saying that star bond payments are going to begin retroactively to today's date? No.
No.
Help me.
They will commence as soon as we terminate this TIF. That revenue is pledged to the TIF. And frankly, what I'm saying is that from the time the bonds paid off
Mhm.
until the end of the TIF, there is sales tax revenue collected. And what will happen to that revenue is it will flow back through all the taxing jurisdictions. And Dr. Nuvian has looked at that issue.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's
Thanks.
essentially articulated it. Since the 23 is when the bonds were paid off,
And so the state has remitted but the TIF plan was not extinguished. And so the state sends us the money and we've set it into a separate fund until this occurs. And once this occurs, there'll be a distribution of those taxes. And we have figured out what that will be to the city and to the county.
Okay.
And then I had double checked that Bonner and Lake Colvera and Edwardsville did not pledge their sales tax as part of the TIF. So they've been getting their money all along. So those will just come over and that'll be part of what we put together for the budget presentation to
Okay.
show you where those monies flow.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you, Commissioner. And on a different, I'd just briefly like to commend Dr. Knubin and her team. I know our audit has been late for several years, and she assures us and the commission that our audit is going to be on time this year with actual factuals that can play into the budget. So we're excited about that. So thank you for your work, Doctor. Commissioner Lopez.
Yeah, Dr. Knudsen, I just got a quick question for you. Sorry. Let's talk about that sales tax that's coming in right now. You're gonna put it in a separate fund. Is that, so that could go for like tax relief?
Yeah.
Kind of
It- It is general fund money.
So definitely go towards tax
Yeah,
relief.
there's some money, most of it is city money, and then there's some money that is county money. And we've done an accounting of that, so.
Okay, I just don't wanna, oh, good, look, we can go on a spending spree. No, I'm just focused on tax relief, but thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Stites.
Stites District 7, and I just want to make sure to piggyback on what Commissioner Lopez just said. It could go towards tax relief or debt reduction or anything along those same lines, right? I mean, we're not restricted on where it can go, but I mean, I would be in favor of definitely looking at how we can
Right, that's right. It can be.
debt
used
relief
generally.
I mean, debt reduction or tax relief. Okay, thank you.
And there's, just to be clear, so there's one-time money that's been being collected and set aside,
Since 2023,
correct?
right?
And then when the STAR bonds are issued for American Royal, if you remember, we get
Incremental difference.
different base
Gotcha.
and the state will certify it.
Mhm.
So we'll build that into our revenue projections for ongoing money. And then there'll be an increment above that that will go to American Royal.
Right, and to date, what is that amount roughly? I mean, I know you probably don't have it off the top of your head, but I would think it's nearly 3 million plus,
It's about 7 million because it's almost
7
3
million
years.
plus. Great, all right. Make a good dent in tax relief. Thank you.
I got a quick question for you, Doctor. Can you just recap the commission and for the public that's watching? This commission took some really innovative steps to address our debt with two resolutions or ordinances that they passed that gives the county administrator additional options to be able to present a budget that really could help accelerate the reduction of our debt, which right now, I believe Kansas City, Kansas, 44% of that goes towards debt. And so really getting us out of debt and getting us back on track of where we need to be is key. And so this commission passed that for recommendation for myself and staff to address our debt. You want to talk about that briefly?
Sure. So there's two initiatives. One of them is affecting all economic development agreements. And when they come to terminate, when they end, then we calculate what that realized increment is now coming over. And it can be from property tax or from sales tax. And we'll calculate what that amount is, and then we can recommend how to use that as part of the budget ultimately for you all to decide, but up to 50% was identified in the ordinance that would be used for property tax relief or for debt reduction. And so that'll be part of the county administrator's recommended budget. And then the second ordinance was to look at all new growth in terms of new construction throughout the entire community and to use 10% of that, the equivalent of what the tax revenues would be for property tax relief or debt reduction. So again, we'll share those numbers, those calculations. Ultimately, the commission will decide it could be more than that, it could be less than that, but we'll have those benchmarks to be able to provide to you. as ways to try to keep our budget somewhat sustainable in terms of current services and what we fund, but look at how we identify uses for future incremental growth. And that's what these ordinances do, is allow us to look at that, set aside some of that to help with property tax relief or debt relief.
And I just think that's important for the public to be reminded of, is that this commission has not, these challenges have not gone unnoticed when you talk about the need for debt reduction and property tax relief. So I just want to applaud this commission for taking the recommendation that I brought forward to them and working with our county administrator to better address our debt and have different options of addressing or bringing property tax relief to our residents that have been asking for it. But this really is predicated on economic development. And it's so good that we have a new economic development director that's going to work and doing things with Wyandotte to bring about those expanded economic development opportunities that can bring in those dollars, so this commission can make an informed decision on where to apply those monies. So thank you, Doctor.
Absolutely.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
I move for approval.
David, second.
There's a motion and a second. Clerk, roll call.
Roll call. Stites, Davis,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Burrows,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Burns,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Kane, Lopez.
Aye.
Motion carries.
All right. The next three items are in regards to our employees and the collective bargaining units that some of them are members of. I can tell you that I was a union member. I left the police department as a union member. And I just want to make a note that I do support unions and labor. That is really key when you talk about working conditions, pay, and being able to have somewhat of a voice in regards to their involvement with this local government. So the first one, and I'll read this, a memorandum of understanding with the International Association of Firefighters. It's number 212.4. It's a resolution authorizing the memorandum of understanding, which is the contract, the union contract between the Unified Government and the International Association of Firefighters, Local 64. I'll ask the acting county administrator on House to make some remarks.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. I'll just say that the UG management really values the relationship with the 13 labor unions that represent members of the UG workforce. As Mayor, as you noted, we've got 3 contracts before the commission tonight for final ratification. All of these have been approved by the various memberships. These contracts are for a 3-year period. Each one is from January 1st, 2025 through December 31st, 2027. Those 3 are the International Association of Firefighters, Local 64, Construction and General Laborers, Local 1290, and Teamsters, Local 955. So we have Ms. Shakiva Christian from HR, who has helped negotiate some of these agreements and members of.
Firefighters,
right.
local number 64.
David, second.
Okay. If I could second that, I would. But there's a motion and a second. Clerk, roll call.
Roll call. Stites,
Oh, sorry. Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Burrows,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Burns,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Kane,
Aye.
Lopez.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. And we have some members from Local 64 here. We have President Sima, as well as some of the executive board here. And so thank you all for being here and waiting it out through us through this evening. And congratulations on getting this contract ratified. And this is important because I know before I became mayor, they waited almost 6 years. I believe it was over 6 years before they got a contract ratified. And it's good to see that this commission and the staff has made a commitment to our unions to make sure that they never have to go through that again. When you talk about our valued employees and the services they provide to this community, to force them to have to wait on a contract that they earn and a lot of people know they deserve. So thank you for your service, firefighters. We appreciate you. That takes us to our next resolution, 12.5, a memorandum of understanding with Constructions and General Laborers, Local 1290. It's the adoption of a resolution authorizing the memorandum of understanding, which is the contract between the Unified Government and Construction and General Laborers Local 1290. Mr.
Move
Allen?
approval.
Okay.
Davis second.
All right. There is a motion and a second. Do we have any members of 1290 here? All right. Mike Kane. Mike Kane, we appreciate the work of 1290.
We got a shovel for
They're
you.
a valued,
And Mayor, I cannot vote for this.
I know you can't, so we're gonna acknowledge that. So motion second, clerk roll call.
Roll call Stites.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
Burns.
Aye.
Hill.
Aye.
Lopez.
Aye.
Motion carries.
All right, that takes us to the next item, which is item 12.6, a resolution with the Teamsters Local number 955.
Davis second.
All right, it's an adoption of a resolution authorizing the memorandum of understanding, which is the contract between the UG and the Teamsters Local number 955. There's a motion and a second. Clerk roll call.
Roll call Stites. Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
Burns.
Aye.
Hill.
Aye.
Kane. Lopez.
Aye.
Motion carries.
All right, before I conclude us from the regular session of the Board of Commissioners, I have to make a note of record, and I apologize to Commissioner Stites for not making it. Commissioner Stites. Okay, I stand corrected. Okay, we'll move on. That takes us, I'm going to adjourn us in this capacity. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn us as the Board of Commissioners and call us back as the Land Bank Board of Trustees.
Davis so moved.
Bynum second.
Motion second, clerk roll call.
Roll call Stites.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
Burns.
Aye.
Hill.
Aye.
Kane. Lopez.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, it's a consent agenda. Do any members of the commission and county administrators staff wish to set aside any item on the land bank consent agenda? Hearing none, okay, I'm sorry, Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mayor. The only adjustment I'd like to make in the item that's set aside has to do with CRJ Construction. And I'd like to acknowledge the presence of Mr. Robinson and thank him for his and his staff, Ms. Bridget Henson, for their efforts to bring something to District 1 that we've been sorely lacking, and that's good homes. However, there are a segment that deal with the Oak Grove area. I guess there's still some discussions going on that should be concluded by June 5th in time for this to go on a meeting. So just requesting that only those items related to the Oak Grove community be removed from this, ballot, from this agenda and held over and brought forward on the June 5th. It's identified on the agenda here tonight as areas Sherman Street to Alice Street from Quindaro Boulevard North to Manor Crest Drive. So move.
Davis second.
Before I entertain that motion, I think this is key, and maybe our council can talk about this, and I know this is something that's important to Commissioner Townsend. We've talked about it. My economic development advisor actually identified this, and it is an item that's going to be brought before this body. At some point, the Northeast, for whatever reason, was restricted to narrow lots. Unlike any other area that's in our community, it adds an additional burden to a lot of our developers. When you talk about having those types of restrictions just to the Northeast. And so I know that our legal team is working on that. I know that for a lot of developers, time is money, and these issues are time sensitive. And so if you can just brief us when.
Yes, Mayor, those revisions have been completed and it is ready to go. I believe on the next Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, it has to go there first. Planning and Zoning City.
Planning Commission.
Planning Commission, thank you, clerk. And then it will come to the full commission.
Okay.
They've been completed and they're ready.
I wanted that information for Commissioner Townsend. Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you so much, Mayor, for that update. I had recently mentioned to Mr. Robinson and his staff, that that was going in the direction that you just announced. And I have to thank him for working so closely with me, because it was working through his development that really focused for me the actual cost that would be added to any development project by the use of these narrow lots. Just the look and style of the homes would be narrowed. So with a change in our policy requiring narrow lots to be merely an option or not at all, that would be a tremendous savings to developers who want to come in, and there aren't nearly enough. So this will also affect Mount Carmel. So I have to thank both of those entities. So that's my motion. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Davis.
Very, very quickly, colleagues, this is probably one of the largest slate of land bank applications that we have voted on, quite frankly, might be in history. If you just go back and look, we traditionally have done kind of 25, 35, kind of a trickle. If you look there, it's a sizable number. And I think a lot of that credit goes to you, Mayor Garner, to Commissioner Townsend, to the members of the Neighborhood and Community Development Standing Committee, and just to this body, and of course our staff. I see Mr. Knapp there waiting with his son. And so we are making progress, new policy, more staff, and of course with many of those land bank parcels being in the Northeast, of course we are working to aggressively get more ambitious projects through. And so I'm excited for this and for future larger land bank a slate of applications for us to vote on. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Townsend.
One more thing, a lot has been said about lack of development in the Northeast. It's easier to go out west. So I have to thank Mount Carmel and Mr. Robinson CRJ Company for coming. That is not happening. So I really have to thank them for stepping up and working with us to come forward. You just don't get these out of a hat. So I appreciate them very much. Thank you.
And I'll just weigh in on that. For those of you who don't know, this is in the Northeast. If you listened to me earlier, I talked about the disenfranchised, red line areas historically for decades in our community. Really, if we can get these rooftops in, it will bring in the types of good services and amenities that we need. So again, thank you to all the developers that have shown interest. There are other developers that we've been talking to that are interested. Hopefully we can one day get that grocery store and other amenities that those residents in that area have been demanding, and I know they deserve. Kudos to Mr. Knapp and to Andrew Davis, as well as past Commissioner Johnson, on the work they've done on land bank, as well as Commissioner Bynum, to really tweak the policy to bring about these types of developments that are sorely overdue. And thank you to this commission for really taking the call to action that I brought in as mayor to start focusing on the areas east of 635 or east of 55th Street. There's a lot of good proposals that are out there. Some we can't talk about, some you'll see in the coming months, but I know good things are going to come. And so I just I want to give congratulations and thanks to this commission and to our staff that has worked hard with the elected body to really focus on these areas that where the investments are just long overdue. Commissioner Stites.
Stites, District 7, I'll make this real quick. So what happens, what's the time frame on this? And then how long does, once this, large tract of land, what's the time frame, and how long do they have to perform? And what happens in the event that it doesn't perform? How does that revert back? What's the consequences there? I just don't know. I'm just curious.
Commissioner Davis.
Yeah, and I know Mr. Knapp, if you want to make your way up, just to correct me, just because it's been some time that we voted on this, the current slate of applications, particularly for the large project, is it's for a 1-year option. Okay. And so what that means is we will come back and see in 1 year what the progress is. Per the new policy, the land bank manager has the discretion to add an additional 2 years. That has to be done in a concerted effort with an annual report to the committee, as well as a rationale for each extension. And so if we were to find out that for whatever reason, the project was not going to go through or we needed to amend it, we would do it at that time at the annual report, which takes place every spring. We had our first annual report this year. Judd, did I get the option number correct? Was it for 1 year, for 2 years?
It's one
For,
year.
for 1 year. So we're talking 1 year to make progress. Overall, we were talking about 7 years due to the motion that, or the amended motion that Commissioner Townsend made that probably will, I would imagine, shrink the timeline. Mr. Robinson is nodding yes. And so we should see everything built out, I would say safely 4 to 5 years, just given the new one. So does that add a little bit more? Okay.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'll entertain a motion.
I did move.
Oh, we got a motion. All right.
Mayor, can we get
And
clarity
there
on
was a
that motion, please?
Clarity, Commissioner?
Okay, the motion is to approve everything on the land bank with the exception of the CRJ construction project relative to those lots in the Oak Grove neighborhood. And it's identified on the agenda as Sherman Street to Alice Street from Quindara Boulevard North to Manacrest Drive.
And I second that.
Okay, there's a motion. Second, clerk, roll call.
On the ones that you want to set aside, are we holding those over or sending it back to?
Thank you for the correction. No, to the June 5th meeting.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, roll call.
Okay. Roll call. Stites? Davis?
Aye.
Bynum?
Aye.
Burrows?
Aye.
Townsend?
Aye.
Burns?
Aye.
Hill?
Aye.
King? Lopez?
No.
Vote is 8-1, motion carries.
We have no further business tonight. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Davis, so moved.
Second.
Motion second, clerk, roll call.
Roll call. Stites?
Aye.
Davis?
Aye.
Bynum?
Aye.
Burrows?
Aye.
Townsend?
Aye.
Burns?
Aye.
Hill?
Aye.
King? Lopez?
Aye.
Motion carries.
All right, thank you all. Have a good evening.